Hello! Wow, Bernard, you're fucking huge. Hi, Bernards. Oh my fucking god. Has it been a fucking morning? I think Bernard is too big. We're gonna have to fix that. Yes, log in, please. We're gonna have to fix that. Heckin'. Oh my goodness. I won't go into it, but I had a fucking morning. Did not want to start at fucking 1. Heckin'. On a brighter side of things, while we're waiting for heckin'... Oh, there we go. There we go. Hey, Squeaky, ready to eat, end another Twitter feud or discuss biology? Y'all say this like I do that. like I do that freaking immediately. Funnily enough, though, Bardu. First off, I'm gonna make Bernard smaller. I'm gonna make the Bernard smaller because it's too big. Secondly, we actually got an update. So, I'm just saying. Why did I get so small? Thank you. I'm just saying, we got a heckin'... I woke up to a random message. Speaking of big spherical creatures, I put the screenshots of the round cats in media. Oh, hell yeah. I think I know what you might be talking about, yeah. So first off, funnily enough, I do have a brief update from what happened tonight, from what happened last night. Or yesterday. First off, we got an I got randomly pinged on this. I got randomly pinged here where they put, hey, I just wanted to apologize for the trouble I gave you and Din yesterday. After talking about it with some friends, what I was talking about was a nothing burger and my whole chasing and rekindling thing was a problem. I won't step on your guys' turf ever again. And he added me. If I do step on that turf, you have every right to go full force. And yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't care. But I'm putting it on here as an update to the situation. He apologized. He said he was going to stop. And that if he does it again, I have every right to go full force. Now, according to Din Din, he has done this before and then immediately gone right back on his bullshit. But I'm letting it be known here that he has apologized and given me his full permission to hunt for that ass the moment he gets out of line again. And this is how you deal with the situation on Twitter. I did last night outside of stream. I will be transparent about this. Last night on stream, after stream, I did fire one last thing where I tagged his other account because I know he was talking shit on his other account, where I said, you deleted your Smurf, but you're still, heard you lost so hard you had to delete your Smurf, but don't get it twisted. Like I said, you ain't slick. Blocking me don't mean shit on Elon's Twitter, where I can see you talking about how you had an absolute shit day. Nah, hun, you got the day you deserve for the last 10 years of BS you did to Din. Keep her name out your mouth or fuck around and find out. And that's pretty much, and again, that's where we have their apology. And we're done here. We're done here. So that's the update. I sent one last thing and tagged their other account because it's like, no. Just because you deleted one account doesn't mean you're not going to fuck around with the other one. I want to make sure your ass is done. So we got the apology. We got full-blown permission from them to go after that ass again if he steps out of line. And I mean, who am I but to acquiesce? And I left it at that because I don't got to reply to that shit. And I'm not gonna. I've said what I said. And we're done. But that's a little update. Today has been a bit of a morning. I'm not gonna go into it, but it was very frustrating. And I just want a chill vibe. I just want a fucking chill vibe. Heckin', last night, I actually finished crafting. Let me go to my culinarian. So we had that mission where we had to do, like, all that stuff. I actually ended up making the the marron gras, the morel salad, and the deep fried okayness. I ended up doing this off stream. There are some ingredients I had to wait for unspoiled resources. And the hinterlands, I fucking hate them. Took forever to get anything. Those glamours are cute. My glamours are always on point. But I want to show you guys, because now I'm a little sad I finished this quest off stream, because the final cutscene was kind of crazy. And I want to go with that. So at the end of the spirit, at the end, after you make the food for the judge, I hope this is the cutscene. This is the cutscene that plays when it's time to hand in the food. This was fucking great. I was just awarded the highest score in the history of the Delmont d'Or. The Bismarck is as good as mine. Now, to be fair, I honestly forgot what the quest line here, but apparently this cat boy wants the restaurant. And the deal was that we have to impress this judge. And if he wins, he gets the restaurant, and I have to stop being a cook. But if I win, we keep the restaurant, and he has to give up being a cook. And he made a deal with this, with the fucking potato over here. So, he was just awarded the highest score. The Bismarck is as good as... Yeah, he has a fucking nerd cut. Aren't you getting ahead of yourself? Polo can still beat you 9 bloody points. Enjoy your lurk. Ha! Huh, Master Delmont will never award a perfect 10. It would be tantamount to declaring that his legend has been surpassed. Not a decision to be made lightly. So here's all the food I worked so hard making and cooking in the middle of nowhere. And then I stuffed it in my bag and ran over. Perfection, I would do say. Without further ado. Heckin' Lobato, thank you for the follow and welcome to the stream. And enjoy your lurk. What happens in a tie? Well, we don't know. Master Delmont, the score, if you would. 8 points, meaning the victory goes to... No, it's 9 points. We have a tie at the highest score ever awarded. Perfect 10! We have a winner! Polo with the first perfect 10 in history. Of course. Of course Polo knows how to cook. How can this be? Master Delmont, you were shaking your head. It was not out of disappointment, I assure you. Nay, I was simply coming to terms with reality. The reality that a culinarian has finally appeared who surpasses me. The fucking face! What is that face? What is that face, bruh? First of all, the appetizer. After a long day of judging, the mushrooms helped to absorb the grease that had collected in my stomach, giving it a new lease on life, an act of consideration worthy of the most devoted of mothers. Then came the damn yeah, bro's having a time, bro. Bro went on a journey. Then came the main course, sinking my teeth into the breading, delightfully light and crisp. My tongue was greeted with a harmony of flavors, which burst forth from the succulent cut of volcanus beneath. That great love went into making it tender was plain to my senses. No, but apparently this is where the Hildebrand stuff comes into play. This is what they learned from Hildebrand. Like, the Hildebrand quests are so they can do shit like this. And finally, dessert. The only thing is that people really love the Hildebrand stuff. I am very behind on that. Truth be told, by the time I was ripe to burst, but compact as it was, I could comfortably squeeze in the marron glace, whose concentrated sweetness served as the perfect accent to a wonderful meal. From the first bite to the last, I felt the spirit of hospitality. Oh no, I haven't done the Dawn Trail Hildebrand stuff. And then he fucking ascends. Why is the man floating on a plate of food? He really liked my cooking. Also, hi, Pink Soccerfish. In the end, it was Perlo's interpretation of the theme which divided her from the field. Rather than its striving to astonish with her handiwork, she kept the diner foremost in her mind. Consideration worthy of the most devoted mother. That is something you learn through the Ishgarden beet soup. And it seems to me you made the Okana specifically tender by marinating it, like when you made the cockatrice meatballs for me friend. Someone on the team was a fan of Shogeki no Shoma, apparently. These are the Heavensward cooking quests. I don't know how long ago they were, but I don't know, maybe Food Wars was out at that time. Food Wars. Shogeki no Shoma, Food Wars. Imhastia, your dishes were magnificent, make no mistake. None could doubt that great skill went into their creation. However, more so than a thing to be created, food is a thing to be eaten. You had forgotten this, and it made all the difference. I've lost. As promised, I'll give up being a culinarian. Hasibi, wait! Anywho. Congratulations, my friend. And thank you. For the first time in a long while, I have tasted food that satisfied not only my senses, but my soul as well. I look forward to seeing you again, not as judge and contestant, but as peers. That was it. Eventually the quest ends with her being like, no, you can't stop being a culinarian. I made the bet so that you'd freaking get your shit together because you were slacking. And he was like, I was slacking because I was focusing on the contest. And he doesn't give up being a culinarian, but he decides to go on a journey because now he is my Raiburu, and, you know, I'm still gonna kick his ass anyway. Also, I'm gonna check out my boys. Well, let's do a quick one just so you can get... He's almost at level 100 for Bard. Wait till you see the goods I've got my paws on. I love how, like, the personality... Because you can select the personality for your retainer. And I love how the personality I gave him is actually, funnily enough, actually really fitting for Galen. Let's do a quick push for you two. I'll have it done in 2 shakes of a rabbit's tail. Nothing else, and I shall be hopping along. I love how he low-key also does rabbit puns. I think it's really funny. And then when you call him back, he's like, is something amiss? Or did you simply miss me? Like, what the fuck? Don't be like that! What are you doing? What a fucking... Like, I can't remember what kind of personality I gave him, but it wasn't called, like, flirty or anything. But it ended up just really fitting. If you gave female aura the tsundere, they get pissed and break character. Wheeze. And then, yeah, I must really be on the road again. Pray no harm befalls my soft, furry hide. And then, with Hadar Bunny, he's pretty direct. Rush back as soon as I heard your call. Need of my services. Are you certain? If needs me, I can return at a moment's notice. Just very direct. Because I don't want to accidentally delete a retainer. I don't... Actually, I can just Google retainer personalities. Let's see. Someone just lists them? Retainer, dialogue. There's polite, rough, serious, carefree, independent, and lively. And then, depending on the race, they say different things. Holy crap, there's just nothing but ads on this fucking website. Holy shit. Let me open it on my other browser. That's fucking painful, bro. What is that? Okay. So, Vieira male. Yeah, lively. I gave... I gave the Gallon retainer lively. So, oopsies. So when I'm greeting him, he'll be like, "You have my ear, milady." Both of them, in fact. Then when he's already on a venture, is something amiss, or did you simply miss me? Venture complete. Wait till you see the goods I got my paws on. Nothing else, and I shall be hopping along. 2 shakes of a rabbit's tail. And then, yeah, when you complete a venture, and there you have it, milady, all wrapped up like a hatching tide gift basket. It's just so fucking cute and punny. When you choose carefree, they're kind of a drunk. So they're constantly talking about how they're going to the bar or hiccuping. So I'm glad I didn't choose that. Yeah, there's polite, rough, serious, carefree, independent. And then the other one... The Hadar one, I gave him polite. If I was able to have a third retainer, I would absolutely make a Vega, and it would probably be rough. I guess I could have also given Hadar the serious one, but I gave him polite because serious kind of felt weird. But yeah, heckin'... Yeah, I have fun with my retainers. And yeah, no, Polo's so freaking cute. Now, that all being said, so because I finished the culinarian quests for Heavensward, now I can do the ones for Stormblood. And Loki, yes, we wants to do that. So, I'm actually, one of my retainers is a Lalafell named Kirby Winfrey. Ha. Let me... God, I fucking hate Limsa. Winterby? Autocorrect. Ha. The worst fucking way to traverse Limsa, bro. Kirby Winterby? Ha. Alright. This way. I actually do need to use the bathroom really quick. Unfortunately, the coffee's hitting my tumblies. So I'm gonna do a quick BRB. We're gonna get those ads out of the way, and then we're gonna dive into some comfy crafting quests. I'll be right back. Okay. Okay, I had to use the potty. Unfortunately, that's just what coffee does. Heckin just got news from Jester. I guess we're getting a new rice cooker. I'm a little sad because like I'm a little sad because like our rice cooker is fine. The inner pot just has a bunch of like not a bunch, but a couple spots where the stick is coming off because it looks like maybe one of us might have accidentally like used a metal something on it. I know it wasn't me, but because I I only ever use the scoop on it. But point is that some of the non-stick is coming off, and Jester looked online, and he can only find Chinese pots, like pots with like it written in like either Japanese or Chinese instead of like essentially the English version of the pot, and they're like $45. And Jester's, some of them are even like $50 to $60 for the inner pot of a rice cooker. And Jester was like, I might as well just buy a new freaking rice cooker. But I'm just trying to see what we can do with our old pot. Like, Mama Jester has a really old rice cooker. And if her pot fits in our old rice cooker, maybe she can have our old one and save herself the thing. Hold on. Hold on. Yeah, you can't just read. Yeah, it is a shame. I'm gonna see if I'm probably gonna see if because it's just a pot. So as long as the pot is about the same size, if Mama Jester's pot fits in there, then she can just have our rice cooker. Like, I was really good about cleaning it. It just needs a little bit of a tidy because we used it last night. Their pot looked narrower and taller. Okay. He says that he's pretty positive her pot won't fit. Also, wait, why is my phone on? I know I'm hardwired, but why is my phone's Wi-Fi not working? Why is my phone on data? Up there it is. That was weird. Anywho, but yeah, I guess we're getting a new rice cooker. I'm a little sad. Is there just little spots on the bottom where it looks like someone poked it with a fork or something? I have no idea. But our rice cooker's gotta go. And again, the base, we've had that rice cooker since we moved in, so we've had it for 6 years. And it's a good little rice cooker. I'm sad we've gotta let her go. I'm sad. I'm sad we gotta let her go. But, you know, it is what it is. Well, either way, we're gonna heckin'... We've got a new quest to accept. So let's see what's going on here. Flavors of the Far East. Oh, it gives these manuals. Ooh. Ah, good timing, lass. There's someone come calling us wants to meet our most decorated chef. That's you, you daft sod. Your sickening modesty aside, your visitor says he's an adventurer who took up cooking on that side, not unlike your good self. Owing to that, he sees you as something of an inspiration. Any road be a deer and go say hello, would ye? You'll find him out in the dining area, a brawny old bloke named Ralph. For a minute, I was like, what the fuck is this sky, bruh? Hi. By Ralger, it's really you, the famous Polo in the flesh. I first heard about you through your adventuring exploits, and I was already pretty impressed. But then I learned that you were a renowned culinarian besides. I knew that I just had to meet you. You see, for a time I was also trying to make my way as an adventurer and a culinarian both, but as soon as it became apparent I was spreading my limited talent too thin, I decided to kiss the adventuring life goodbye and took up a post at Miss Rowena's cafe at Revenant's Toll. The thing is, with or without distractions, it's not easy to succeed as a chef. It's a crowded profession, as I'm sure you can appreciate, and if I'm to make a name for myself, I can't be making what everyone else is making. Nay, I need to venture into unexplored territory. To that end, I came up with a brilliant idea. I'd incorporate Far Eastern dishes into our menu and cater it to the Doman residents of Revenant's Toll. Promising, right? The thing is, brilliant idea or no, it's not easy to learn a foreign cuisine, and Far Eastern is just about as foreign as they come. It's plain I'm going to need help, and of a well-traveled sort. And so I decided to turn to the most accomplished adventurer culinarian I know, and that's you. Now, I realize you're a busy woman, and we've only just met. If you say no, I won't think ill of you. But if you'd be so kind as to help out a brother, I'd be waiting for you at Revenant's Toll. Alrighty. So, we wants to go to Revenant's Toll. Is that Mordona? Am I stupid? Yes, I do remember. Oh my goodness. Fuck, I love coffee. Okay, my man's all the way up over there. I love that this is a city that you can fucking... This fucker's upstairs. It's too close. Claustrophobia. Lower tables would have been nice. Lol. You came! I didn't have my hopes up, but you really came. To have the help of an accomplished culinarian like you is a dream come true. Thank the 12, and thank you. Without further ado, let's get right to the cooking, is what I'd like to say, but I still need to decide on a Far Eastern dish to test out. If you could wait a while, I'll look into what the Domans have a hankering for. I have connections, so it shouldn't be difficult. But until we have the name of a dish, please feel free to go about your business. Again, allow me to thank you for your help. It's a great honor to be able to work with the only person in history to score a perfect 10 in the Delmont d'Or. Though I may not be in the same class as you, not even close, I promise to do the best I can to pull my weight. Thank you for the licenses, pleb. 63? Well, good. I just hit 65. Because fucking... So, I'm dumb. So it takes me a while to figure things out. But I figured out that you can do the crafting at the provision quests at your grand company, and they give so much fucking experience. So I literally so I made the dress for my weaver, and literally I couldn't make the dish for the culinarian, but I could buy them off the marketplace. So then I submitted them, and then my freaking culinarian went up 3 levels. And I was like, hey, I'll take it. Fucking life hacks. They were cheap as shit, too. Are these not as good as what I have on? No, they're not as good. Oh, that's funny. I mean, I am using fucking, script gear. So they're gonna be better for a fucking while. That's funny. Also, it's options. What the fuck are these? The fuck do I look like wearing flannel? Yeah, I'm gonna take the money. Good to see you again. Since last we spoke, which was 5 minutes ago, I managed to learn a little about the local domain's culinary preferences. I got Fisher past 50 just by doing... I know! Well, actually, with fishing, you can go to the diadem. For the gatherers, the diadem will like get the license, you get the diadem, and you'll be at like level 50 in like no time. That's how I did it with my botanist. When I got back into playing the game, Anthony was like, dude, go to the diadem. I'm planning at some point to pick up the other crafters and gatherers. One, because fishing and mining, you might as fucking well. People are always going to be looking for those materials. So that's just easy money. And while I don't think I'd be like an omni crafter, it does make life easier. It's the money hack. Pretty much all of them are sick unto death and of bread in their lunches, and they miss nothing more than rice, the staple of their homeland. In particular, they want to eat the steamed stuff made into convenient balls. The domain name is onigiri, which I'm told roughly translates to honorably squeezed. Well, if it's just a matter of squeezing honorably, I thought I didn't need to trouble you. As a matter of fact, I've already tried my hand at it, using rice supplied by an adventurer friend. Was quite pleased with the results too, but then I gave it to the domans, and let's say their opinion of it wasn't as high as my own. I don't know what I did wrong. I made the rice balls exactly as described, but there must be more to it than meets the eye. One thing's certain, though. If I can't squeeze a decent ball of rice, I don't have a future in Far Eastern cuisine. Here's where I need your help. Polite people as they are, the domans won't give it to me straight what was wrong with my rice balls. Do you think you can go and ask them in my stead? They were probably too salty, or not salty enough, or you didn't put anything in them, or the rice wasn't cooked. Did you wash your rice? You didn't wash your fucking rice. Wash your fucking rice. Get the bugs and the people's feet out of your rice. Dapper Doman. The strapling gentleman's rice balls? While he was kind to make them for us, he needs to show the same kindness to the rice. He squeezed his balls with such... Damn. He squeezed his balls with such force. Oh, that's not the one I wanted, but you know what? It works. It still works. He squeezed his balls with such force, the texture was fairly crushed out of each grain. Wheeze. Alright, so you squeeze the shit out of your ball. I forgot. Alright, Delicate Doman. Yes, Master Rolf's rice balls. 'Twas not a terrible first effort, but if I may offer some advice, he would do well to use less water in the cooking, and in the shaping. Imagine that he is grasping not only grains, but air as well. You gotta be fluffy. You have to be tender. You have to be tender to your balls. Your balls are delicate. They are beautiful. They carry the elixir of life. You need to be delicate with your balls. Either way. Be nice to your balls. Drowsy Doman. You wish to know what was wrong with the rice balls? Well, there I was expecting the taste of home, but it turned out to be utterly foreign. Whatever seasoning was used, it completely masked the natural taste of rice. Not to sound ungrateful, of course. No worry, I think I put a marker on it. And totally be taken out of context. Yeah, no, do it. Be nice to your balls. Your balls are important. Like, I did not stutter. Hey, look who's here! You guys weren't here before. Hello! Hello, you babies! Are you guys waiting for food? Oh my goodness! You two weren't here before. Are you looking at... She's not whisking shit. Bitch, what you whisking? Air? You know what, that's fine. Do you want a lemon? Do you want a lemon? Okay. Oh my god, the cutie patoots. They're in here. I would never expected them to be in here. Oh my goodness. And he follows you. Why can't I pet you? Oh my goodness. I love them. Hey, your balls suck. I'll be damned. I assumed you squeezed in order to keep the grains together, but it's plainly not that simple. Nor is it enough to simply cook the rice. You need just the right amount of water. As for the taste, I thought that salt alone was dull, so I came up with the brilliant idea of adding a hint of, wait for it, Far Eastern seasoning. To have it called foreign is salt in the wound. Pardon the pun. Well, it seems I got just about everything wrong, but dare say you'll fare better. While the comments are still fresh in your mind, do you think you could try making some rice balls? I'll have the ingredients you need here, and Pop in there has more of the same. Okay, is this where they just start giving you the ingredients so you don't have to go out and get it? Because I don't mind doing that, but it is time consuming. Well met, good madam. Poppin's my name, and I've changed over our stores. I'll never have occasion to handle Far Eastern ingredients before, but rest assured I'm eager to learn. While the rice balls are ready, please bring them outside. I'll go around and gather us some domans in the meantime. And this time we'll make sure they leave with smiles on their faces. To proceed the quest, use the ingredients provided by Rolf to make a set of doman rice balls. Should your synthesis, speak with Poppin. Special and quest. So are they like this now? Okay, so now they're like this. So that you don't have to gather them anymore. Oh. I'm gonna low-key miss gathering them. That's okay. Alright, so... Okay. I'll make some good-ass fucking balls. Shadowbringer craft request onward. Do go back to gathering. Okay, good to know. They probably thought this was what people wanted, and then they got the feedback, and they're like, okay, so you guys, like, actually want to work for shit. Because this does make it easy, because it's like, oh, now you don't have to go gathering around. You don't have to grab a you know, you don't have to... Like, when I first started playing the game, a long time ago, I wanted to be a weaver. And they were like, well, if you're going to be a crafter, you have to get a gatherer class. And the game didn't like obligate you, but a lot of players were saying, if you're going to be a crafter, you have to get a gatherer. And people were telling me that for weaving, picking things like cotton and stuff, you needed to be a botanist. So I grabbed botany. If you wanted to be a culinarian, it was recommended you take fishing. But the thing is, though, they're so interwoven because when you're a culinarian, you're also picking up plants and making olive oil, and it's like, and things like olive oil, and taking sap and making syrup. So culinarian also really needed botanist, but then there are times where you need to be a fisher. So you gotta go fish. Sometimes you need salt. And if you don't want to buy them from an NPC, you gotta go mine it. So, like, those sorts of things. So, the 3 gatherer classes are so perfectly interwoven into all the crafter classes that your best option is to do all 3. Because that makes you pretty much as independent as possible. So then, by the time Stormblood comes in, and it's like, oh, the crafters, we're just gonna give you your materials, just make it. It's like, but I've done all this. I did all this so that I didn't have to just get the ingredients given to me or bought to me. It makes it stress-free, mind you, but because of that, it overly streamlines the process and makes them no different than a custom delivery. It turns the cooking quest into a stat check. So just as quickly as I started the quest, I'm done with it. So now I just gotta go and give them the rice balls. Where is bro? Okay, he's gotta be right here. Que yo no veo nada, demasiada gente aquí. Here we go. So someone defeat us, who are we to argue? I hope this is actually sweet, sweet rice. So I more to add to my advice, but now I should look forward to the next batch of rice balls. Hi. I've gathered the gnomons, and they're eager to sample your handiwork. Small triangular balls of steamed sticky rice sprinkled with naught but a pinch of sea salt so that one might appreciate the subtle flavors of the original ingredient. Here you go. I'll pass these out straight away. Now that was a rice ball. There's nothing like rice to give you strength for a hard day's work. That was wonderful. Every bite came to my mind's eye images of my faraway home. Both the steaming and shaping were done to perfection. Well done. By the 12, this is amazing. I can taste it. How the sprinkle of salt draws out the sweetness of the rice. By adding spices, I unwittingly killed those natural flavors. And this fluffy texture, this what it means to grasp not only the rice, but air as well. Gently joining as they are, the grains retain their fresh steamed plumpness and break apart at first bite. Such a simple thing, yet it's so good. You truly harness the best qualities of rice. Oh, fuck, I love rice balls, bro. Such is the spirit of Far Eastern cuisine, to respect each ingredient and allow it to shine. Forgive me my interruption. My name is Anzu, and I wish to thank you for assisting Rolf. Anzu, you shouldn't be here if we're seen together. What was I to do? I was worried. However, I see now that I needn't be. You're clearly in good hands. And returning to the matter at hand, the rice balls were a rousing success. Let's continue this back in the kitchen, shall we? I think I can do the next one immediately after as well. Oh, they're gone. Using your samples as a guide, I'm going to begin serving rice bowls at the restaurant. This makes our first foray into Far Eastern cuisine, and I couldn't have done it without you. Thank you. And before you go, I probably should tell you who that girl was. Anzu's my fiance. During my adventuring days, I'd often come here to trade tomestones. When I first met her and kept meeting her until one day I popped the question. But there's something of a complication. But that's enough about me. Now, while the rice ball is a fine start, a start is all it is. I intend to put out more and more Far Eastern cuisines, and I hope to continue relying on your help in the days to come. Thank you. Alrighty. You've learned quality assurance. A level up. Prudent touch. Let's see. Quality assurance. Careful synthesis. Where is quality assurance? It's not... Is this as good as what I have? Lol, no, it sucks. Prudent touch. Quality and half the durability cost. Ooh, but it costs a little bit. Interesting. Actions and traits. What's quality assurance? I'm guessing it's somewhere here. It's one of these not stuff. Daring touch. Waste not. Tricks of the trade. Advanced touch. Refined. Prudent. Crafting support. Immaculate mend. Traits? Here it is. This is what this is. Increases chances of material condition becoming good. That's what that is. Okay. It's a trait. Yeah. Oh, this is cute. Oh, okay. It's just a blue. Is this better than what I have? No. It's just a recolor, which, I mean, it's still cute. Doman frying pan. Is this better than what I have? No. None of this is gonna be as good as the fucking script gear I have. Alright, well, that just means free money. Let's go. Polo, how are you? Since we began serving rice balls, I'm pleased to say they've been fairly flying out of the kitchen. The Domans can't get enough of them, and it's all thanks to you. Of course, it was never my intent to rest on these laurels. I've been exploring new Far Eastern dishes, and in the course of which I caught wind of a common complaint among elderly Domans. It seems the rich and greasy foods found in Eorzea tend to wreak havoc on their stomachs. For such complaints, I'm told a dish called udon is just what the healers ordered. It's a bowl of noodles in a light and warming broth that's easy going down, and I'd like to try serving it up for the old ones. The key to the dish is the broth called dashi, which as far as I can decipher means exit juice. I'm sure it sounds more appetizing in the Doman tongue. So now I'm not Japanese, but I'm pretty sure that when it means exit juice, it's the juice you get from something. Dashi, normal dashi, is like fish broth. And it's what happens when you take the remains of like the fish carcass, like the heads and the tails, and you boil them and you make a broth. That is the last remaining juices of these scraps of meat, which is probably what it means. But this fucker thinking about fucking diarrhea, which you need to calm down, bro. The peculiarities of language aside, dashi is made by boiling dried fish, and it's supposed to be the taste of many Far Eastern dishes. Yes. So specifically dashi, one way to make dashi is taking bonito, which is essentially like such dried preserved fish that it's like a block of fish. Those bonito flakes, those salty fishy flakes you get on like takoyaki and certain sushi, that's fish. That's fish. So the way they do with bonito, they take the fish and they do the fillets and they dry age it for a pretty long time to the point that it becomes a block. Like you would think it's a slab of wood or like a rock. And traditional dashi that's used for broths, like ramen, udon, and things like that, they take that they take that bonito and they shred it like you would on takoyaki and sushi, and they make a broth of it, and it pretty much just dissolves. So that's where he's talking about dried fish, in this case bonito. And it's supposed to be the base for many Far Eastern cuisines. Yes. Now, last time I learned all about the importance of respecting ingredients and letting them shine. With that in mind, I want to source the best dried fish possible, which means we're going to Lim Salaminsa. When we arrive, let's first visit the Bismarck and consult Guildmaster Lingseth. He'll know where to point us. Alrighty, so you want me to go back to fucking Limsa?
Can you believe it? They were just
again, Maria. Hello.
What a waste.
Fucking thanks for the shabby. How are you? We gotta go to Limsa. Culinarians. Here he is. Right, let's consult Guildmaster on what best to procure dried fish. Dried fish to make broth for a Far Eastern dish, you say? Then your best bet be using the authentic stuff. And just so happens a Kraken ship recently seized itself an Imperial merchantman. Way out east, one that's carrying all sorts of exotic goods. Might be as the kind of dried fish that you're afters among them. Fuck, I can never read this accent. There's so many apostrophes, I keep tripping over them. If that's the case, reckon Carvalian would be willing to cut ye a deal. Why don't you go and have a chat with the bloke? It's a rainy day on my end, so I'm chilling. Honestly, last night, it snowed all night, and it slowly turned into rain as the sun rose. But we still have all this fucking snow. I'm happy that we're getting all this snow, because that means that there's gonna be more groundwater, which will hopefully keep things at bay once the wildfires start in August. Because I'm gonna be real with you, because my wedding is in August, I'm worried about the smoke, because it tends to be kind of smoky late August, early September. So I'm really hoping that the rain and the snow that all of that keeps everything moisturized so that those wildfires aren't as scary. They get scarier every year. All right then, let's go to the 7th stage. Alrighty. Sup, nerds? A bit too close. I hope Carvelane's got what we need. The ship we seized? Aye, as a matter of fact, it was carrying some unusual cargo, among which I seem to recall some manner of dried fish. Seemed not like to fetch any coin, however, we offloaded it in order to free up the hold for more valuable plunder. The Lady Infernal happened to pass by. We made a gift to it to the Sanguine Sirens. The undiscerning fools that they were, they accepted it without questions. So if you want your fish, you'll need to speak with their captain, the ever-uncouth Rosewin. Looks like we're off to the missing member for us. Yeah, no, the wildfires can be pretty scary. Like, when a wildfire is a couple kilometers away, like, if a wildfire is in, like, the next city over, all it takes is one gust of wind, and that shit's in your backyard. Like, it's kind of scary. Where are those fucking... The missing member. There's an aetheryte right here. Like, there was one year, and it was 2021, where the skies got really, really red. And the fire, like, you couldn't see it from the distance, thankfully. But it was that thing of, if we had a wind going one direction instead of the other, we were fucked. And this last year, there was a fire that was roughly the next city over. And the days around that time were getting pretty windy. And Jester was telling me that if the winds turn and they blow it, I think it was like west, it would start spreading. And he was like, if the winds turned west, we need to go. Because the windier it is and the drier everything is, it's just kindling. It's just fuel waiting to be burned. So he was keeping an eye on one of the wildfires because all it took was a change in direction of the wind and we would have to evacuate. Which the things that we're making sure we bring are our computers, probably just the towers and a couple clothes and other belongings, and that's it. And obviously our documents. So we have a game plan, but it's still that thing of like, bro, holy shit. It's scary. So the more it rains, the more it snows, the more the ground has runoff, the better overall, because it means that the plants and the trees and all of that is going to be moisturized and they won't burn for as long. Because if they're dry and brittle, like, it's just fucking kindling. Hi, Anime Wolf. How we doing today? So yeah, here's did I go to the wrong freaking place? Here's hoping that with all the snow and the rain that we've been getting lately, and we've been getting a lot, it's crazy. I'm really, really hoping for a lovely summer. Not just because our wedding, Jester and I's wedding is in August, but just in general, it's peace of mind. Because if worst case, knock on wood, happens, and we're doing good. We're just talking about how like the weather's been over here lately and what it might mean for summer. Because worst case scenario, we have to evacuate and this place freaking goes up in smoke. Where are we gonna go? Where are we gonna live? You know? Like, we'll be homeless. And it's... I'm sure with, like, family and stuff, we can figure something out, but it's scary. Like, don't get me wrong, BC Wildfire is usually pretty good about maintaining a lot of things, but sometimes shit gets out of control and they can't control it, you know? I'm here and buried alive in snow. Again, it snowed all night last night. There was like... It's raining? Hold on, give me 1 sec. I'm gonna actually look outside really quick. It looks like it's raining, but it could be snowing still. Yeah, it's rain. Yep, it's rain. It's rain. So that means that's gonna cover most of the snow because it's gonna melt it. But it also means that all that water is gonna go into the plants, into the ground. And again, I hope that it stays there and that when it starts getting hot, it's not like punishingly hot. Like there's still the occasional chance that we can have rain in late spring, early summer, but it's so rare. Where we are in BC can be really dry. All right. I heard, right? Carvalane gave us foodstuffs from a ship he seized. Far Eastern delicacy worth its weight in gold, he said. But what do I find when I pry open the crates but fish that's dried up harder than a plank? I should have known better than to trust that lion whore son. That's it. The fish we're after. The Domans call it katsuobushi, and you boil shaved strips of it to get broth. Will you sell it to us, Captain? Sell it to ye? Can't well sell what I don't have now, can I? Worthless as it looked, I had me girls throw it overboard. But now I find myself regretting it. I should have held on to the fish so I could shove him up Caravalan's ass. See how he enjoys its Far Eastern delicacy. Looks like there's nothing for it to but to go to the Far East. But y'all threw crates of fucking bonito. I fucking hate these fucking whores. What the fuck you mean? We didn't know what it was, so we dumped it. Story of fucking life. We don't understand it, thus we deem it worthless. Looks like there's nothing to do, nothing for it but to go to the Far East. But what am I going to do about the cafe? I can't leave it unattended. Excuse me, Polo. As usual, I couldn't help but overhear the captain's impassioned rants, and I'm happy to say I have the dried fish in our storehouse. Well, Hassie B, he hardly ever comes to visit, you see, so I adopted a little kitty to remind me of him, and it just so happens he loves dried fish more than anything else. I've since discovered that a cat is far better company than some self-centered piece of turd who ain't never around. What were we talking about now? Right, dried fish. Any friend of Polo's a friend of mine, and you're welcome to as much of it as you need. Please help yourself. Really, I'm in your debt. I'll go and grab the fish. See you back in Revenant's Toll. Such dedication to his craft. Why, it's as if there's more than driving him with cooking alone. As if there's love? Just a woman's intuition. I love how I'm not being consistent. I'm an actress. People pay me. I've been paid to scream into a mic. Let's see. All right, back to Revenant's Toll. Oh. I will say, I've been pretty happy lately. Obviously, I always wish I can do more because I really, really enjoy voice acting. It's so much fun and I love it so much. But I've been really happy that bit by bit, my resume has been expanding. Like, I approached someone about, because they're looking for an actress, and they seem genuinely interested in what I have to do. And because I've been, like, dipping my toes into Spanish VO by doing, like, stuff for Merryweather Media, knowing that that is now also helping me find clientele is, like, crazy. Bit by bit. Bit by bit. It's been so fun. Right, let's get to work on the udon. If you'd like to take shavings from the katsuobushi and boil it to make the broth. Meanwhile, I'll see to the noodles. It's supposed to be hard physical work, but I'm nothing if not strong. Poppin has some ingredients in reserve, so let him know if you need anything. Broth ingredients. Doman udon broth. Mm-hmm. There you go. Noodles are just about done. How's the broth coming along? Golden savory stock taken by boiling flakes of a dried bonito, used in many varieties of Far Eastern cuisine, including the noodle dish udon. Wonderful. All that's left is to combine the two and the udon will be ready. I'll have the elderly domans come over to sample it right away. This might level me up to also just do the next one too. Yep, slurp. Slurp. Ah, that was a tasty bowl of udon. The broth was good to the last drop, and light and gentle as it was, I dare say. It'd be good all the way through me. I didn't think I'd get to eat udon again before I died. Brings a tear to my eye. Thank you, young ones. I reckon we can call that a great success. Now I can offer udon on the menu with confidence. Oh well, I had heard that an Eorzean had taken to serving Far Eastern cuisine. To think that it was you. Father. You will not call me that. You are no son to me. I will not give my precious daughter to some vagabond. But I've given up adventuring. This is what I do now. All that I intend to do. And I'm learning how to make Far Eastern cuisine for the Doman people. An ignorant adventurer making our noble cuisine. I'd be laughing were the idea not so absurd. Before you pass judgment, please sample my udon, father. I mean, Uzen-san. I made it together with my fellow adventurer here. Huh. Doubtless it will be just a rude bastardization. He's not gonna like it based on principle, because he don't like you. Considering it was made by an outsider, the broth is respectable. The flavors are well balanced, and 'tis plain care was taken in the boiling. The noodles, on the other hand, soggy rubbish. There's no body to them at all. They're soft and spineless, the very personification of their maker. You're worth little as an adventurer and even less as a culinarian. Yeah, I knew you were gonna find something to hate about it. The old people liked it. That's what matters, right? They got that sweet, sweet retirement money. I'm sorry you had to see that. But at least now you know what the complication is. Anzu's father, Unzen, he's as traditional as they come and refuses to accept a vagrant adventurer like me for a son-in-law. It was to gain his approval that I gave up the adventuring life to focus on cooking Far Eastern cuisine. The problem is Unzen himself is a chef of no small renown, who had his own prestigious restaurant in Doma. From the first, I knew it wouldn't be easy to impress him, but to be on the receiving end of such scorn is disheartening to say the least. He's racist. In the end, though, he spoke the truth. I'm not worth a damn as neither adventurer nor culinarian, a far cry from you. Even so, I won't let it end like this. I won't give up. No matter what it takes, I will succeed as a culinarian and make Unzen approve of me. I am sorry I kept this all from you, but though my motivations aren't as I first said, it doesn't change what we seek to do, and I hope it can make depending on your help. Give me the money, I'm poor. Give me the money, I'm poor, bruh. Manipulation. Ah! Guys! Do you see that fucking pinky sliver? Oh, I gotta make something. Pull pink! Fuck, I have nothing to make. I literally just need to make something. The quack juice. The quack. Buckwheat tea. The mineral water comes from mining. Thalian tea leaves. Phenolin, no. Char, that's from fishing. Kasha. Buckwheat kernels, bouillon cube. Gagana egg. I can probably make this. Popoto soba. Fishing. Vermicelli. I still have... I can make some emerald soup. I can make a sesame cookie. I do still have flour. I don't have these eggs. And honey. This will also help with my... Yeah, I'll make some emerald soup. Alright. Do I still have anything here? No. We found something that's literally radiation. I have nothing here. I've already done all this. Clam chowder. Okaynus tail. Ah. Also, that's what that is. Stuffed. I thought that was a higher level thing. Look at that. Hollandaise sauce. Cream cheese. Mmm. Okay, I'm gonna look at this. So... Fish meal. Leminson anchovy. Crayfish ball. I've actually haven't even made a lot of these. It's kind of crazy. Frumenti. Raisins, honey, alder-goat milk, cinnamon. Like, I'm a culinarian and I haven't made half of this shit. Pearl chocolate. Stone soup. That's funny. Mashed popotos. Antelope shank. dark pretzel. Rollin berry, let's see. Fish garden tea, fermented butter. Alright, we can make this emerald soup. Recipe tree. Gathering. Landlord colony. Has to be from a lush vegetation patch. So we gotta go to Zenith. Bum, 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 bum. Just checking some stuff. Alrighty. Alright. So we gotta go around here. I can't remember why it is this area looks the way it does. I know the calamity has something to do with it, but God, I hate this place. It looks fucking horrendous. Like, it's cool, but when you think about traversing it, it's like, oh, I hate everything about this place. You funny if you think I'm fucking joining this shit. I'm here for fucking beans, bro. Good afternoon. Hello. Right, crafting. Let's see. The emerald beans. Alright. And then what about buffalo beans? Gathering. Bent branch. Bouillon cube. That has to be crafted? Or it's probably an ingredient you have to buy. There are some things you just have to fucking buy. chives. Why did I... Lol. Gathering. Rivers meat. Alright, I think it's a rare found in these. Me too far away. Here we go. Alright, I think that's enough beans. Rivers meat. Let me find a couple more beans. I have a lot of these crystals. No. Time worn. Can you do these on your own, or do you need someone's help with these now? I don't know, I'll take one. Nothing else here. I don't think you can do the maps on your own, but... No. Okay. Might as well just harvest these, even if just for the crystals. Crystals are good for that sort of thing. And it's experience. I should have had my fucking license going too. For the extra experience. Let me do that shit now before I forget like a dumbass. Last fucking 17 hours. I don't even need them for that long. The description will say if the maps require a full party. See, this is why you're smart. Because I'm not. It just says bottle holds a time-worn map classified as risk reward grade 6 among treasure hunters. Use Decipher to extract the map and examine its content. Corinthus. Western Highlands. Well, we're gonna put this bitch over here for now. Because right now, I'm looking for fucking beans. Okay, 1 second. Where'd my map go? There it is. Ok, vamos a ver. No. Damn it. Okay, I gotta find the little nibble. Little niblet. So there's... Okay. Fucking go away. There seems to be a body of water around it. Right here. So somewhere around Dragon Spit. This way. Yeah, the description didn't say anything about requiring a full party, so if I wanted to, I actually could do this on my own. My only gripe is that it's so frickin' far away. Ooh. Wow. Camp Rivers meet. Right by this little body of water. Okay. I mean, yeah, I'll take it. Anyhow. Alright. I was crafting. Okay, we got our beans. The buffalo beans. Well, hold on. The chives are not that far. They're at River's Meat, which is all the way over there. Rarefied rainbow cotton ball. I don't think I need this. I could. No, because it's not from the lush, so it's not a collectible. It's not from the unspoiled, so it's not gonna. What do the chives look like? No, 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 no. Crafting. Ah! It's an unspoiled node. These take forever! These take forever to spawn! Vial of thermal fluid. Yeah, those you can use for fucking custom deliveries. I don't need that. Well, I'm just gonna fucking gather until I can find something. They got for quick gather. At the very least, there's always gonna be like crystals, since you're gonna use that for pretty much anything. But goddamn, has to be an unspoiled thing. I didn't know it was a rarer thing. At least I'm where I have to be, because if I'm remembering correctly, it takes forever for these stupid things to spawn. It's either that or I try finding a different thing to craft. But I'm still going to be gathering something. So I might as well also have it unlock like something new. And that way I have the log and the additional credit for like, hey, you made this thing. Because I remember a long time ago, someone was like, oh, just make a bunch of cookies and like that's easy experience. And that's cool, but that's kind of low-key, not as fun. Like, it's good that you have that for those who just want to get the level up and go, but like, I want to do the crafting. I could, I guess, again, knock out some of the simpler things and still get the credit for those. I could do that. Like, that is still, in its own way, progression. We'll look at my list again. This is like being able to make a tiramisu, but I can't fry an egg. Alright. Alright, let's go culinarian again. So, very first thing, Babu culinarian. Oh, I do know how to make an egg. Okay, never mind. Alright, sunset wheat, raisins, honey, old goat milk, cinnamon. So, we're gonna go to Summerford. We're going to Summerford. Mixing up songs because my brain's freaking stupid. No. Sunset white. Increase the yield. All right. Got plenty of that. I know I gotta gather this. Raisins. Oh no, do I have to craft it? I need lowland grapes. Lowland grapes. Gotta go to Morbi. God damn it. Morbi. Make lowland grapes and then have to craft raisins. Pretty sure I've made raisins. I think. Fucking think, bro. Pretty sure I think I've made raisins. Grapes? Hey, grapes! Grapes and cinderfoot olives. Okay. Give me this bitch. Alright. I mean, raisins are in there. So I have made raisins before. Alright. Honey. I have made honey. I need beehive chip. You gotta go to Tree Speak. Hi, Moj Bobby. Hello, hello. Going off. Alright, go in here. Alright. Go on you, go on you, go on you. Alright, I'm gonna stop being stupid. Alright, so let's find... I'm guessing they're here. So, more leech. Midland cabbage. No. I'm guessing I have to find it in, like, the trees? I have to look at specifically what kind of vegetation it is. Because there's the patch and then there's a tree. Jade, peas, more leech. Regent. Interesting. Okay, one sec. Crafting. Crafting. Gathering. Yeah, it's gotta be trees. Right around here. Polos have layers. Oh, and there's cinnamon here too. I need cinnamon. I need cinnamon for some other stuff. So let's... I feel like if I ever made Polish Scottish, it would have been probably going too far. Also, I was nowhere near confident enough to do a Scottish accent. So there was no way I was going to make Polo Scottish. It would have been quite interesting. Because I go here for Polo. Whenever I talk as Polo, I go here. So then if I wanted to make it Scottish, I'd have to go around here. And it wouldn't be that difficult now to add a little bit of roundness, a little bit of more of a trill when she speaks. But then there's just that concern that I'm getting closer to Irish. And I don't know if this would actually fit for Polo. Because I feel a little bit comical when I'm speaking like this. And I feel like it goes so more Welsh. But that's the thing, I'm not going for Welsh. I'm not going for Scottish. I'm not going for Irish. I don't really quite know what I'm doing here. I don't really know what I'm doing here. I couldn't tell you. And that's where I'm a little bit insecure. So that's where now I would assume that it's a little bit on the side of Scottish because there's the trail of the R's. But that could be me unknowingly exaggerating it. I'm actually not thinking about it too much when I'm doing the trail because I already speak a little bit with a trail because of the Spanish. But I feel like I'm kind of going a little wibble-wobbly. And the British helps a little bit with that. But I just don't think I'm doing it right. I just don't think I'm doing it right. And I can't say for sure if I'm doing it right. Like just right there, I actually was aware that I lost a little bit of the trail. So it kind of depends. It's a little bit random. And I also feel a little bit that I've lost a little bit of the gentleness that I give Polo. So instead, I would rather keep it here in the back. A little bit more in the back, a little bit more mindful of the trill in her voice. That way I could still give that more calm, skittish feel and softness whenever I do Polo's voice. A big issue as well when I was playing Polo is the fact that her voice was too high when I first did it. And as a result, I felt going a little bit more into my mid-range was better to show that Polo was someone of age. You're saying that I'm going for Zelda. Yes, actually. One of the inspirations, one of the bases of where I started getting Polo's real voice was actually studying Zelda from Breath of the Wild. Zelda's actress, her performance, while I didn't, ironically enough, while I didn't think it fit Zelda, I thought it was a very good start for a sort of noble princess. My main issue with Zelda in Breath of the Wild was that she was British when nobody else was. Ever heard the Gabe left Breath of the Wild dubs Zelda? No. I don't watch a lot of dubs, funnily enough. And I'm not going to say anything, but I will say that studying Zelda eventually showed its benefits, but I can't say anything. I am not allowed to say anything, but just know that studying Zelda and playing Polo really helped me learn a lot of things, and I was able to use that knowledge in play. And it was a lot of fun. And I even got commendations. I'll go more into those when more information comes out, but I can't say. But cool stuff coming up, hopefully this year. Did I get cinnamon? Yes, I did. I got both. Okay, I need old goat milk. Now, I'm pretty sure I have to kill goats for this. Now, I just need to find where the older goats are. Old goat milk. We can buy it. Favorite Spanish accent that isn't your native? I don't really know. I don't really know any other Spanish accents. I mean, here's the thing. I don't particularly find the Spanish accent sexy, but other people sure do. I'm by Old Gridania. I'm okay. I have to go to Gridania. It's the closest one. Let's just go to Bent Branch. Gridania. New Gridania. Yeah, there are a couple Spanish accents that I'm familiar of, and I can definitely pick up some of the nuances of it, but I can't say that any of them are particularly my favorite. Because also doesn't help that I don't particularly find the Spanish accent attractive. I do like certain accents, but it's not really something that I find like inherently sexy automatically. I'm just like, ooh, that's a nice accent. But I don't immediately like gravitate towards a specific accent or type of accent as long as I can. My main thing is, can I understand you? If I can't fucking understand you, I don't like your accent. If I can't understand you, I don't like your accent. Ah, fuck. And really, the easiest way to get better at understanding accents is to expose myself more to it. But as long as people don't, like, also get on my case about it. Alrighty. Send those fuckers on their way again. Check back with them at 4. Trade crafters, supplies. You got milk. I'll take 10. Thank you. You have everything? Okay, so I have to make honey, I have to make the raisins, and then I've got everything else. I really should consider... Ever done Russian? I've not practiced Russian enough, so I can't confidently do Russian. No. Okay. I think I want to... Damn it. I wanna... Can I... Yeah. White mage. Dark mage. Bard. Weaver. Right button. Botanist. Culinarian. Okay. All right. Anywho. Okay, so I need to first make raisins. What accent would Galen be? So in this sort of case, I actually wouldn't give Galen an accent. Because in the Zelda game, he was never given one. Funnily enough, his brother was, and they were raised in Gerudo Town. But again, the reason Galen wasn't given an accent was because his player couldn't do accents. When you also consider that in Breath of the Wild, again, using Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom as a basis, considering it's the first major voice-acted Zelda game, the Gerudo don't really have an accent. So it's fair to say that the Gerudo just do not have an accent. They must have had a rough time as Vo among a lot of Vi. I mean, what do you mean by that? Oh, you mean like being a male Gerudo? So the way the Zelda lore was established in the game, I'm gonna be real with you, a lot of it was kind of low-key fucking stupid. But that was the DM's choices to make the Gerudo the way he did. So the way the DM Deco made the Gerudo in the Zelda game was that because of a really bad experience with a previous male Gerudo, they essentially changed their law that any male Gerudo born after would be held in high regard and respected. In this case, there was a Ganon, and I guess in a way a Ganondorf, but again, this was an alternate thing. Things were different. Things were changed. So to say that there was a Ganondorf isn't quite correct. There was a Ganon though. And you have to consider that Ganondorf is an incarnation of Ganon, so you can have Ganon and not have Ganondorf. That in mind, again, that male Gerudo was never explicitly called Ganondorf, but there was a male Gerudo who did some shit that the Gerudo were like, so next time we have a male, we're not making them automatically our king. We're not doing that. So they were like, but this is still a big deal. So they still held them in really high regard. They got to live in the royal palace. They got to live like royalty. But once they reach a certain age, like any other man is forbidden to enter Gerudo Town, they are kicked out. Now, around Gerudo Town, there is essentially a smaller settlement town where the men live, the husbands, the sons that move out, because male children, after a certain age, again, you can't live in Gerudo Town anymore, which is probably around puberty. That's where the fathers, the husbands, the sons are, essentially. And some Gerudo, if they want to live there and have their families there, they can. Their work and their main stuff would be in Gerudo Town. So either way, Galen, once he reached of age, and his brother Kuro, they were essentially kicked out of Gerudo Town. They lived in these sort of settlements, and they ended up traveling and doing their own sort of things, because every Gerudo goes on a journey. But now, because they were male Gerudo, and because of this one bad instant in their history, I recall that ban is part of the protection for the males because some of the Gerudo ladies tend to be horny. Yeah, sure. In this case, it's just a law, and they obey the law. In this case, the male Gerudo has an expectation that they are to perform a great feat throughout their lifetime. And if they fail to, they are not put in the history books. They are not remembered. But the thing is that this is literal. They are not remembered. They are treated as if they do not exist. So if a male Gerudo is born and does nothing with their life, essentially, maybe they just choose to live a really chill life as like a carpenter or whatever, the Gerudo, once that person is gone, they don't care. They'll be like, Bob? Who the fuck's Bob? We never had a Bob. What are you talking about? They act as if that generation just didn't have a Gerudo, a male Gerudo. And it's weird. And it puts a lot of pressure on the males to do something great. But the thing is, though, they don't specify what something great is. But it generally seems to be something great for the Gerudo, because other societies in this version of Hyrule remember certain male Gerudo that happened in history, but the Gerudo themselves act like they've never heard of this person. And we learn later on that there are records of these male Gerudo, but it's not passed down, and this is their culture. So one of Galen's conflicts in the game was that he was told in his backstory by his grandmother, who is a sorceress, that, hey, only one of you is going to be remembered between you and your brother, because in this case, the whole special thing was that there were two male Gerudo, and they were like, what the fuck? That's crazy. Jerky is Cal Raisins. Hello, everybody. Hi, Ruby. Oh, man, that guy Bob stopped the death storm of terror from destroying Hyrule. Too bad it never affected us. Essentially. But it's not even too bad it never affected... Yeah, it's too bad it never affected us, but they don't even say, oh, man, that guy Bob. They say some dude stopped the storm of terror from destroying Hyrule, Nothing to do with us, though. Wasn't our problem. That's how they treat it. So this became a big thing with Galen, because he's told, well, it's going to be either him or his brother who be remembered. And this became his central conflict because they both wanted to be remembered. But they also didn't want the other to be forgotten. Eventually things resolved and stuff, but it's a stupid tradition. It was even called out in character. Anthony's character had called this out, where it was like, when this tradition was spoken to him, he was like, are the Gerudo like under some weird sort of spell? Is there some weird like curse that the Gerudo have that unless their males do something great, that they just forget? And Galen's like, no, it's just how they do. And it's like, that's fucking stupid. That's fucking stupid. And it is a very fucking stupid tradition, but it is what it was. Also, Galen and his brother Kudo, they don't see the Gerudo women as like a harem or anything. They see them all like sisters. That's why Galen, who was willing to sleep with everybody, drew the line at Gerudo. He does not sleep with Gerudo because he sees them all as his sisters. He sees them all as girls he played with, girls that took care of him, girls that taught him, girls that, you know, were there for him. He sees them as his family, so he cannot be attracted to a Gerudo. Same thing with his brother. But maybe it could fit better if there were some debate and settings about this restriction with the NPCs. Unfortunately, there wasn't, and the only time this sort of thing became a conflict was, funnily enough, one of the biggest things that rubbed with this conflict was Polo when she confessed her feelings to Galen. Because Galen, each brother had their own thing where they had decided that no matter what, they were going to ensure that the other got remembered. The way Galen was going to probably do it was that if he ended up being the one that did something great, instead of put his name on the book, he was going to put his brother's name. And essentially, Kuro had the same idea. And neither one thought even though they both acknowledged that they were both great in their own way, they both didn't think they were as great as the other. But where Galen's thing also manifests, and how this affected Polo, was that this whole thing of the Gerudo just pretend you don't exist, his problem was he didn't want to fall in love with somebody and then have that person, you know, go to his family, go to his sisters, go to his town, and speak about him and be treated like she's crazy and like he doesn't exist. And it's that thing of like, yeah, I guess that would suck, but why does she have to care about what the Gerudo think? What if they put on a hyphenated name so the person was remembered as one person? At the end of the way Galen saw it, there was no loopholes. There was no loopholes about this sort of thing. It was just one name that goes down, and as far as I know, the Gerudo didn't really have like last names, so there was no two-name basis. You're unfortunately, Bardu, you're splitting hairs there. There was no way. There was essentially no way. The books were going to remember one person. You can't loophole after your death when they don't care. Exactly. And again, when it came to NPC debates with them, there was really no debating. Like, the Gerudo didn't want to really listen to this. And again, we didn't really have a lot of chances to talk with other Gerudo about this tradition, because the ones who were ensuring that it propagated was the Gerudo chieftain, which up until a certain point was an enemy due to plot Triforce related stuff, and the goddess of the sands, which up until we got some special relics, there was no way to really commune with her. It wasn't until we communed with the goddess of the sands, because we obtained the Thunder Helm, that Galen was able to ask, so what's with this fucking tradition? So what's with this fucking tradition, and how can we ensure that both of us become remembered? And what can I do so that happens? And that's when the goddess gave Galen and Kuro an objective, which was, hey, the mortal goddess, that mortal goddess thing that that Hylia did, although our Hylia went by the name of Zelda, and our princess was called Matilda. Don't at me, I don't know why Deco made that choice. Our Hylia was called Zelda, mortal goddess. Hey, the mortal goddess did that thing, and that seems pretty cool. We want to do that now. We want to do that. We want to have a chance to be mortal and experience the world. So you figure out how to do that for us. And because you'll have manifested your goddess into a physical mortal form, we will tell the Gerudo people to throw away that tradition. And you will both be remembered as the two that brought their goddess to their people. And it was like, I bet. But the funny thing is Kuro didn't really help with that. He did and he didn't, because he gathered the materials for Galen, but Galen did the magic. And Polo helped that little bit so that they can make the conduits and essentially gave the goddess's mortal form. Not just the goddess of the sands, funnily enough, the goddess of time, which was really funny because we just had some gods in the divine realm that stopped being in the divine realm. And there was only one god left in the divine realm, and he was pretty much a fucking intern. And you just gotta watch the Zelda game. Watch the Zelda game. Watch the Zelda RP is how I can really end all this. It's fun. It's a riot. Oh, there's VODs. Of course there's VODs, hun. Give me one moment. I'm gonna link it. So thankfully all of the fuck? Switch account. There we go. But yeah, no, of course. So the really cool thing about the Summoners Network, which you guys can check out over here. The funny thing is the goddess told them they didn't make that tradition. It was the Gerudo themselves. Yeah. The Gerudo themselves, the Gerudo themselves decided that tradition because of that one bad experience with a male Gerudo. So the goddess was like, hey, give me a mortal form. I will proclaim myself as the goddess and prove it because I'll be able to. And then I will tell them to cast aside that tradition. There's art for a lot of the first games, like you can see in the wiki. Yeah, no, again, we even have a wiki. But yeah, no, there is a playlist. It is a long campaign, but it is a finished one. It is a finished campaign. There are 3 backstory games. I don't enter till the 6th session. Because I came in a little bit late into the game. It is 155 sessions. Again, it's a full-blown campaign, but that is the Legend of Zelda campaign. At some point, I want to say maybe around session... I think it was around session 70-something? Funnily enough, halfway through the game, methinks. Yeah, about session 76. 76 to 78. The original player for Galen, steps out. Eventually leaves the game. I'm trying to find... Yeah. Somewhere between session 75 and session 80, the original player for Galen leaves. And the DM takes over. No, it's okay, because then Galen never leaves. The DM takes over. And then right in the middle, at around 100, after 108, there's a 3 session like side thing. With a character that had stepped aside as well. They had a little mini arc, and then we finished their story and then go right back to it. So there's a little 3-session diversion. But yeah, no, it's all there. And I'm not saying listen to all of it. It is a lot. Each session is about 3 to 4 hours. There are some shorter sessions, but it is a lot. But that is more or less where the I meant that his player apparently was not nice. Oh no, Jake was an asshole. Jake was an asshole. I had to make a whole fucking statement about that damn cat, Jake, because he went scorched earth on a lot of us and did a lot of fucking shitty things. Yeah, no, he was an asshole. Oh, the Hatching Tide event was announced. Oh, it's glasses. It's glasses this time. Oh, that's cute. Yeah, the art for Hatching Tide is really freaking cute. I actually just noticed it's the three sisters and Honeybee. Guys. It's the three sisters and Honeybee from the Arcadian. That's so fucking true. That's so fucking true. Oh my god. That's so cute. That's I'm pretty sure that's Honeybee Lovely. And then yeah, the three Miko sisters. Sorry to hear. He scared me out of ever playing D&D. Yes, he did, unfortunately. He sucks, is what it is. I'm not gonna go too into it, because I did make a whole statement about it with a Google Docie and everything. Long story short, he fucking said some really gross shit. He made some baseless accusations. And he was going around like poisoning the well and trying to ruin my reputation. And I did not vibe with that shit. And I had warned him several times, hey, I'm not doing shit to you. I've distanced myself from you, but you're saying shit, and the moment you start trying to fuck my reputation over when I haven't done anything to you, when I haven't done anything like that to you, same thing. I chose to defend myself. So, and I had receipts. But one of the things he did with Din, he told Din that she didn't actually care about him as friends, that she like freaking sided with an abuser because he was calling me an abuser, which again, completely unfounded fucking claims. Said that Din made him feel bad by making free art, and that Din didn't actually care about him or anything. And what sucks is that like the Final Fantasy game where I played Trin, this was Din giving D&D another chance, a D&D table another chance, because she had already had bad experiences in the past. But he had promised her that this was going to be different, and she had so much fun being a part of Surging Shadow. And then he pulled all this shit, and now she's like, I will never play D&D again. I was also a B at the end. Yeah, he eventually like called her like all these horrible things. And again, I had all the receipts, I had all these records, and it was like, no, I'm gonna speak out. You don't get to do this and get away with it. I don't care. Hi, Venku. We're just recounting stuff. I was talking about the Zelda game. I was talking about some things with the Final Fantasy game. I was talking about Polo. I was talking about accents. Oh, I've crafted the honey. I've crafted the raisins. Let's craft the honey. But yeah, it is what it is. Things ended the way they did. Not really much we can do. I wish I could craft more at once. I can do like I don't want to do quick synthesis because I just want to be able to just keep doing the thing, but it is what it is. Yeah, that's where that all ended up. What's going on? Okay. Making sure I'm keeping an eye on pings. But yeah. I had a lot of fun with the Zelda game. I had a lot of fun with the Final Fantasy game as much as Jake wanted to try to convince people that I didn't care, and then also went around telling people that he was forced to DM for us, which was not fucking true. It is what it is. And then he fucking cheated on the one person that defended him the most. Because his partner at the time was low-key stalking me and keeping him up to date with what I was doing. Eventually, he apologized and we're all cool now, so there's no issue there. But he eventually cheated on the one person that was ever on his fucking side. Yes. 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 That's the update I never got into. Because Again, it was long after things resolved. About sometime later, I did update the Google Doc. But dude, Jake literally ended up cheating on his fiance. And they had a pretty nasty breakup. And sometime after that, his former fiance apologized to me. We smoothened things out. We're all fucking Gucci B. We're all good beans. Cause here's the thing, I'm not gonna toot my own horn here and say that I'm a great person. I genuinely don't think I am. I do my best to be decent. If you genuinely fuck up and you split and we split or stop being friends, because to be fair, around that time, he and I weren't that friends like that. He was the fiance of a good friend. So obviously when the issue with me and Jake went south, that person did not like me. And that's fine. We tried to talk some things out and we tried to be civil, but shit just didn't work out. And Jake certainly didn't fucking help. But once he learned that he got cheated on, that Jake cheated on him, that breakup happened. It was pretty messy. Took some time, and he messaged me one day wanting to apologize and make amends. And I was like, you know what? I genuinely don't super see a reason. If I was able to forgive Logan for all the bullshit he put me through when we were dating, and I'm not even saying forgive, moving on. If I was able to move on from that stuff, because deep lore, I used to date Logan when I was younger. Logan and I used to date, and that was a very messy breakup. But if I was able to move on from that, why can't I give this a try? And I decided, you know what, bro? You seem sincere. You've never been anything but an honest and down-to-earth guy. I'm gonna give you another chance. I'm gonna give us an opportunity to be friends. We're gonna take it slow. Now they're a regular in our corner, and we're friends, and we're cool, and we talk. Because I genuinely do believe in giving people another chance. Now, I can't promise that if Jake came to me tomorrow apologizing for everything, that he wants to be friends again, bada 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 bada, that we might be able to rekindle something. But I'm also not gonna say it's impossible. But I have more reason to not give him that benefit of the doubt than I did his partner. Because upon learning that Jake cheated on his former fiance, did I really put two and two together? Because I was fucking baffled when I saw this shit, when I heard about this shit. And I was like, damn, if he can bamboozle me, I didn't think they would stoop to that level. What must their former fiance feel? How deep did the lies really go? And again, it was just easier to make that decision, to move on and give genuine friendship a chance with that person. And that's why, again, we're friends. But Jake, it's gonna take more than fucking tears and I'm showy after what they did. But his former fiance, I'll just say the name, Grant. No, we're cool. We're cool. I am never against giving people a second chance within reason. I'm willing to give people that chance and the benefit of the doubt if I think if I think there's potential there. I would never deny somebody their potential if I see it. TLDR, dude got mad. People watched the other players' streams more than him, and as far as I'm aware, burned every bridge they had. Yes, they did. And Jake was downright hateful towards Blue Deco because he essentially wanted what Deco had. He wanted to be able to stream and people to give him money. This dude would end his streams prematurely because nobody was giving him money. He was literally that fucker that was like, $5, please subscribe, $5. Even though he didn't outright do that, he would cancel stream because because people weren't giving him money. No more honeys. No more honeys. All right, so I should be able to make all this now. What am I missing? Oh, I gotta choose. All right. I won't lie. I feel like the stalking reporting on you when he didn't want it was a problem. Oh yeah, no. I thought it was fucked up too. We talked about all that. We talked through all that. I was like, bro, that shit's fucked. You shouldn't have been doing that. Especially when your fiance was telling you don't do that. But, you know, the brain be fucking people up. It is what it was. At that time, I just blocked all his accounts. Meanwhile, I'm here making 12-hour streams with 3 people as I make paper mache figures and vibe with Epic the Musical. Yeah? It is what it was. Like, it sucks. It was very traumatic in its own way, but shit, I don't know. Fucking, it be what it's gonna be. Like, I kind of hold grudges. I'm gonna be real. I kind of hold grudges. But I'm more so in that I'll remember that. I'm gonna take receipts of that. I'm gonna have receipts on that. And when we start recollecting and looking back and you tell me shit that don't sound right, I'm gonna look at those fucking receipts. And with Jake in particular, I kept receipts of all the trifling shit he said to me. Like this, and it's crazy because this fucker knows this fucker knew I kept receipts. So the fact that he like freaking got the way he was, yeah, no, fuck off. And I'm not surprised that he just decided to give up on streaming as a whole. Here's the thing, he didn't have to give up streaming. He genuinely didn't have to. He could have probably kept streaming like nothing happened, taken the L and the dip in people, because he would have lost probably most of Summoner Network goodwill. But I wouldn't have blamed anybody if y'all kept watching him. I would have thought it was weird, but watch who you fucking want to watch, bro. If y'all want to play with shit, that's fine. Not my fucking life, bro. But point being, I'm out. Okay. He completely stopped streaming. He gave up on streaming. He deleted his social media. I had nothing to do with that. I'm pretty sure he doesn't stream anymore. I think he kept streaming for a while, but it wasn't until I hit the document and I hit the video statement because he was slandering my name that he completely stopped. He completely stopped. And I'm not fucking surprised either because he never wanted to do it in the first place. As much as he says, I want to be a streamer, I want to do full-time streaming, he never meant a goddamn word. Never meant a goddamn word. Crayfish ball. Rye flour. Marmot steak. Garlic, garlic, wild onion, grilled trout. Yeah, I don't want to do anything that I actually have to like fish for, sorry. Rollin' berry shaved ice cream. Reminds me how I dropped the Nostalgia Critic after Change the Channel happened. I actually don't know what that was about. What that's about. One should never stream with the mindset he had. It's nice to get donos, but it should never be the main reason to stream. It should never be the main reason to stream. You're gonna be disappointed real fucking quick. And I told him this so many times. He accused me of unholding him to an unfair standard, but I'm just like, how are you gonna tell me? How are you gonna tell me that I held you to an unfair standard when you quit your job and said you were going to full-time stream and you only did it once a week? One day a week is not full-time streaming. But, you know, I held him to too high of a standard. And I was like, nah, B, you can fucking... do you want the short version? Nah, I'm gonna be real with you, I don't super care. I don't watch the Nostalgia Critic or anything like that to super duper care, unfortunately. But I'll believe you. Sunset wheat flour. Garlic and garlic. Smooth butter. No. There's a reason why I didn't make some of these. Wild onion, carrot, water. Cuckoo butter. I can gather this stuff. Cedar wood. Is this still... Oh my god. It's all in fucking Morobe. Enable... because I'm in this. Yeah, that makes sense. A jack-o'-lantern. Can I eat that? Mint lassi. I can make this. I can make cuckoo butter. I can do that. But yeah, that was a thing. Also, hi people on the YouTube side of things. Thank you so much for watching on YouTube. It helps a lot and helps the channel with watch time and helps us achieve partner faster. And also for the Twitch side of things, thank you so much. Honestly, I've been very slightly seeing the averages, the viewer averages go up, and it's been humbling to my little heart. Because while I don't think we'll be hitting partner anytime soon, it is fun seeing you guys here. Mondays are usually my worst viewership days, and to be honest, it'd be Monday. But it makes me happy that you guys are here for cozy crafty times. Even if sometimes I do talk about, like, you know, past shit. I'm glad that hopefully doesn't chase some of y'all away. I just talk about life. For me, cozy time is just talking about life, talking about things, talking about events, and how we overcame them. I feel like you can be cozy, you can be all right hearing about people's past experiences and how people were able to come out of these situations hopefully better. And, you know, again, as traumatic as that whole thing was, you guys do not know, like, when I cried during that stream, you guys do not know how much I cried during the time that all of that was happening. I had full-on panic attacks and mental breakdowns. I had a panic attack on stream. Like, for some of the OGs that remember, I had a panic attack on stream that I couldn't talk about until I had to make my statement. Oh, I need to be a botanist. Like, that's crazy. Like, look, I'm trapped in my house at the moment. I need something to watch. Well, I'm happy that you chose me to be that something to watch. You've been around for a long time, Eggy. What am I looking for? What am I looking for? Cuckoo bean. But I'm looking for mature trees, not bushes. Alright, yeah, no, just a little bit further down. Having fun with the cozy crafting? Oh yeah, no, I'm fine. What I really like about this, I've been around the Summoners Network for like 7 years. Yeah, you have. I remember you being around for like the Mega Man and the even probably the Fairy Tale game up from like maybe around there at the earliest. You've been around for a while, my dude. And of course, you're mounted the sheep. Of course. Polo loves sheep. It only makes sense. All right. We're gonna make so much fucking butter, bro. But yeah, like, if y'all knew, and I'm not even talking about just Summoners Network, my guys, like my guys, Bernards. If y'all knew the shit that happened behind the scenes, shoot. If y'all knew the shit that be happening behind the scenes, shoot. Shoot. Which made it all the funnier when people thought I was a kid who crashed the stream because I think I gave off grumpy old man energy. Here's the thing. That was only Din, Eggy. That was only Din. And she only went by the fact that you had egg in your name. I knew it wasn't you. I knew legit it wasn't you. When Din was like, hey, someone by the name of Eggy appeared in my chat. They might be the person that came into your peak stream. It was like, no, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. It was still funny, but it was like, it wasn't Eggy, bro. Eggy been around forever. Ain't no way. It was really funny, though. Yeah, what I really like about, like, these more comfier streams and things like this is I can just multitask. I can do this, I can talk to you guys, I can look around. I can let my squirrel brain take me wherever it decides is where it needs to go. I just really leave myself in fate's hands. I need to stop. I have too many. I'm gonna make so much fucking butter. All right, stop. Okay, we're done. No more. I'm gonna plant myself by this dodo and create butter. All right, fucking walk away then, bitch. All right. No kid would use my vocabulary. But yeah, like, if y'all knew the shit that happened behind the scenes, y'all would be fucking astounded the shit that happens. So, you know, it is what it is. All you gotta know, and I make and it's a promise, that if certain shit ever got out, I am prime time tea. I am the holder of the tea. I am the queen of receipts. Ew. Because of course when it comes to things with business, things can sometimes get a little bit messy. If only y'all knew, though. Only y'all knew. Hot goss. It's not even goss. Oh yeah, I guess it could be considered goss. I don't know. I'm not gonna say anything. picked way too much fucking beans, bro. It gives me like fucking caca experience too, but it's off my list. The funny thing is because none of this is like quest stuff either, it's just kind of just gonna sit in my inventory. I mean, I can, excuse me, I can sell it. So you know, I see. The only reason I'm not doing like the quick synthesis is because sometimes it doesn't do the high quality for all of it. And then it just takes fucking inventory space, and I'm not about that life, bro. I'm trying to keep my fucking inventory space. I like it. Oh my god, I have so much though. Do you think Polo and Lilia would be friends? I think so, but I'm curious how Polo and Sa'un meeting would go. So the really funny thing, I think they would. I think they genuinely would be good friends. And there would be something about Lilia that Polo would admire. Polo would admire how outgoing she is and how she thinks about other people. Similar to Galen. Only thing is that Lilia's not as horny. Lilia would probably be the kind of person that would have told Polo that she deserves better than Galen. She would have been like, Kuro's right there. Why did you have to like this brother? Why did you have to like this brother? Why did you have to have the really complicated? Why did you want to go for the really complicated brother? You got the one with all the crazy baggage and the guilt complex. Anyway, I can't fall in love with somebody because who the fuck cares? Why can't he understand that and see beyond his backyard? Like, it's like, okay, so the rest of his society isn't going to remember him and you're gonna look insane. But what about the rest of the world? Why can't he see the bigger picture? He completely refuses to see it. What do you see in him? Some women find baggage hot, I guess. Well, here's the thing, too. She fell in love with Galen before she knew all of that. She fell in love with Galen because he saw potential in her and believed that she can be great, and she wanted to do right by that belief. He believes in me. It was literally kind of like that Simone and Kamina thing from Gurren Lagann. She believed in the believe in me who believes in you, essentially. Galen believed in her, so she believed in Galen. And because she believed in Galen, she was able to become who she was at the end of the campaign. She was able to grow and find confidence within herself. And what I really love about Galen and Polo is that she was able to give that back by then believing in him and Galen believing in Polo, who believed in him. Again, it also helps a lot that we figured out the whole going around that being remembered thing, because Galen had realized that he was in love with Polo essentially when she confessed, because Galen was a character that would hit on everybody. He would hit on everybody. He would offer pretty much sex to everybody, but he never did it to Polo. He never offered sex to Polo. And it wasn't because he didn't think she was attractive. He thought she was adorable. He thought she was really cute. And again, very promising and incredible that she, despite being so scared, had this goal of wanting to prove to the world that demons can be good. He thought that was really admirable. And there was a part of him that wished that despite being and feeling so small that she tried to be great. Because Galen put on a front a lot of the time. So when she confessed to him, he finally put together what it was that he loved about her and that he loved her. And the fact that, because he was always the one flirting with people. He was always the one taking initiative, even if he didn't feel for people like that. Hi, Gabe. Even though he, you know, because again, him being a Gerudo, he was like, I'm already this pretty big deal. And if I can't get myself in the history books, I can at least imprint myself in people's memory as the male Gerudo that they had one night with. It's a little bit weird, in my opinion, but you know, I'm also Demi, so it is what it is. So he thought that if I can't put myself in history books, I can at least put myself in people's memories. Hey, you want to fucking have a hot night with me? I am the male Gerudo. And he was just down to fuck all the time and was very horny all the time. But again, never quite did it with Polo. She seemed too sweet, too sincere, something that he should never put that onto, that sort of relationship would hurt her. And as she, you know, tried to do these things to do right by him, to impress him, to show that she's growing and gaining confidence, she didn't know what a Gerudo was until she met him. And when she saw him, she didn't see the male Gerudo. She saw a companion, she saw a friend, she saw a teammate, she saw someone she admired. She didn't love Galen because he was the male Gerudo. She didn't care. And it was that thing of she loved Galen for Galen. And it was in that, someone that genuinely saw through all of that and saw him. Someone pursuing him, someone that wanted him, made him realize that that was what he wanted as well. But because of his hangups, he was like, I'm only going to hurt you in the end when people forget about me. But once we figured out, once we found the solution to, because with whole Mortal Goddess stuff, once he learned that, oh, I've got the roadmap now to make sure that my biggest hang-up is no longer an issue, he was all over Polo. Immediately, all over Polo. That one big hang-up, immediately gone. He was so fucking down for Polo. What is the main topic? We're talking about the Legend of Zelda tabletop roleplay that I was a part of. That you can actually watch on the Summoners Network YouTube. There's a whole playlist, 150 something sessions. But you know, it's fun and we're in it, and it's a nice long story that you can have play in the background while you do your laundry and shit. Fun stuff. I think it's fun. I made a bunch of butter. What am I gonna make next? One sec, before I find another topic or go back on topic. But yeah, they also had some very, very good moments where they would talk to one another, essentially talk about the way that they made the others tick. She, despite being very nervous and scared of rejection, she asked him out, because in the castle town, there was a whole, like, essentially the princess's fucking quinceañera. And it was like, you know, the princess's fucking, the princess's like grand debut as an adult. So there was a whole ball and stuff, and we were like essentially knighted. And you know, this being a grand event, she asked him out, and he was like, wait, you're asking me out on a date? Like you're taking the initiative? Holy shit, that's usually me. So that already was like, oh my god, look at this shy, skittish girl who first came in like covered in a cloak and a hoodie and can barely form a sentence. Like, I've only known her for freaking a couple weeks, and look what she's she's not hiding behind her cloak anymore. She's asking me out on a date. She grabbed me and ran me out of an auction house and asked me out on a date. That's crazy. And she said, I'm going to make you something special because I want this to be a special occasion for us. And she just had so much initiative and so much want and interest to be around them, to be around him, that, like, once Galen really figured out, I like spending time with her. I love to hang out with her. She's so fun. Because he liked teasing her. He really liked teasing her. But he could never tease her that far. And the fact that she would go out of her way to try to impress him, like when they were in a bar and she, they ordered the strongest thing on the menu because we needed to get an NPC to talk with us. And she was like, this is probably not that strong. And she takes the gulp and she thankfully succeeded the charisma check. And she was like, this is nothing. Like, see, I downed that too. Like, aren't I cool? And he was like, you're trying to impress me. You, like, care about what I think. What? You're taking initiative? Is this what it feels? Is this what I've been doing to people? This, I see now. And, oh yes, please watch it. Give it watch time. Give it love. Give it comments. Help the algorithm boost it. I'll post it again. Please. Bookmark it. Save the playlist and just play it while you're fucking on your commute, while you're doing laundry, while you're cooking. Like, do it. It's a fun time. It's a fun time. It's a long campaign, but it's a fun time. And heckin', but yeah, they had this wonderful dynamic. Please let Blue's most watched video not be a porn game. Yes, please. But, like, they had this really, really beautiful dynamic that, again, once she confessed to him and she said, I love you, I want to be beside you. If you don't love me back, that's okay. But I want to stay beside you. I want to keep adventuring with you. I want to be able to protect you. You've helped me so much to build this confidence and help me get to where I am without you even knowing it. You helped push me so much. And I want to repay that back to you. Please let me. And Galen, knowing that he couldn't return those feelings, and that he so badly wanted to. Because up until then, all of our characters did their own thing until coming together as a party. He traveled alone. Now, he did have a history where someone did confess to him and he left because he didn't feel that way about them. He had a really quick fling with them and then he left them, you know, as he has. But Polo was different. He didn't sleep with her first and ask questions later. He had a genuine progression with Polo. Like, funnily enough, it's kind of a reflection of where dating has gone nowadays too. Because nowadays you hear about it, at least you hear people complain about it, that people fuck first and get to know each other later. And maybe that works. Maybe it doesn't. So from what I hear, at least from people complaining about the state of dating nowadays, it doesn't seem like it's fucking working. It doesn't seem like sleep first, questions later is working. And Galen and Polo, they got to know each other first. They introduced, got to know each other, got to see what the other one is about, and then decided to commit to one another. And I'm not going to say that's the right way of dating. I'm not going to say that. I am well aware that I have a bias. But I am also getting married, so I think I know what I'm talking about. I am getting married and I've been in a relationship for almost 11 years, so I think I know what I'm talking about. What am I doing next? I am like on that little fucking sliver. Girabani flower. You know what? Let's fucking do this shit. I should be doing this. East End. Let's go. What's the R get of dating then? Do you mean the right way of dating? What do you mean, Adam? Do you mean the right way? Because I'm gonna say, I might have some takes that some people might not agree with entirely, but I'm also willing to hear people out. But we have to be with it. We have to be somewhat of an open mind. And also, again, I need y'all to remember that I am very much demisexual. I do not believe in casual dating. I do not believe in casual sex. I need a very strong foundation of trust. I need a strong foundation of familiarity. I believe in cohabitation. So to me, the right way of dating, again, if you want a lasting relationship, you can't come in with the idea of it's going to be casual and that anything can end it. You have to be willing. Now here's a problem nowadays with a lot of people. People are afraid of confrontation. People are afraid of communication. People are afraid of a conversation going bad. But the problem is that just because a conversation gets shaky, just because a conversation gets scary, doesn't mean you drop everything and give up. And give up can go either you concede to the other person or you walk away. You cannot do that. You have to be willing to have the tough conversation. You have to be willing to have disagreements with people. You have to be willing to agree to disagree, or you have to be willing to draw the line in the sand and say, I'm sorry, this is where we have to stop. And at the end of the day, everyone has their own personality. Everyone has their own beliefs. It's about compromise and meeting in the middle. And a lot of people do not want to do that. A lot of people do not want to do that when it comes to relationships. And this is before things like politics get into play. We're not talking politics. We're talking about personality traits. We're talking about habits. We're talking about certain core beliefs that are separate from politics. Once politics come into play, that's when things get very, very messy for some people. Can it work? Can people of two opposing political sides, date and find love and have a family? I've seen it for myself. I've also seen some struggles within it. There usually needs to still be, even when a couple are on different sides of the political spectrum, there still needs to be some common ground. But the point of the matter is that people need to be willing to communicate and have these tough discussions. What the fuck? And I find that it's the moment people stop talking is that when things are just going to fall apart. Return. No, that's another relic. Let me grab this because it's something new. And then I'll grab this. So yeah, when it comes... Funnily enough, I would probably say that the right way of dating is to not come in with the intent of dating. Now, the reason Tinder doesn't fucking work, so here's the thing. People complain a lot about things like Tinder. Here's why Tinder does not work. And I think this is pretty fucking obvious, but I don't fucking know nowadays because I didn't do it. I didn't do it like everybody else does now. Tinder's not meant for dating. Tinder is not meant for dating. It is not a dating app. It is a hookup app. It is an app for casual dating. Like, I say it's not a dating app because it's not an app with the intended goal of getting you a long-lasting partner. It's for casual hooking up and dating. It is for, we are here one moment and we are here and we're somewhere else the next. We're probably never going to see again. If you are coming into apps like Tinder with the intent of finding a long-lasting partner, you're going to hit a lot of potholes. You're gonna fucking sink a lot of holes. No, not sink a lot of holes. You're gonna hit a lot of walls. You're gonna have a hard time before you have an easy one. Because unfortunately, the type of people that you don't want to date are on Tinder. Funnily enough, those old fucking dates, like those sites like fucking eHarmony, where you have a whole fucking profile and you actually have like discussions and talks with people and you start like forming friendships and stuff. That is probably one of the best. Honestly, I wouldn't recommend dating sites. I wouldn't recommend dating sites. It sets an expectation. It mentally preps you in a way that doesn't allow for genuinely getting to know people. Because you come in with this expectation that anybody that you do match with, you're probably gonna just like meet and stuff. I don't know how to explain it, but I feel like they set an unfair expectation right off of the bat. I find the best ways, again, it's hard to say because again, I didn't like, when it came to like me and Jester dating, like our dating was, I live with you now. Our dating was, I live here now. I moved to Canada. That was our dating. I visited him, stayed for a month. Halfway, we decided that we were hitting it off pretty damn well. I came back to the States. We had our goals in mind with the express intent that I was going to be moving to Canada. And we had a long distance relationship with the full intent that this was going to be permanent. Because we needed to see how we lived. Can we even stand being around each other? Because even though I was crushing really hard on him, I didn't know how he was at home. I didn't know how he was around his family. I didn't know, all that sort of stuff. I didn't know. I needed to see if that was okay with me. And thankfully, everything went well. I didn't see anything wrong with him. He didn't see anything wrong with me and how we lived our lives, how we carried ourselves, how we were around family members and stuff. And it just really helped further cement the relationship and how it was. And we genuinely love each other and we talk and we communicate. We've had the occasional back and forth argument. I'm not going to say we haven't. But even if one or the other was frustrated, we were never not willing to talk, even if it meant that one of us needed some time to cool off. Like, if anything got me super emotional and he was like, what's wrong? Talk to me. I wouldn't tell him, I don't want to talk to you, or don't worry about it. Or maybe I did. But I'd be like, don't worry about it right now. I'll tell you later. I'll tell you if it's still bothering me after a moment. And that's the important thing. You cannot be afraid of communication. You cannot be afraid of talking to one another. And if you can't overcome certain disagreements, if you can't overcome minor disagreements, you are not going to overcome major disagreements. Like, there are some things that Jester likes or does and stuff that I don't super agree with, and I'm sure he feels the same way about me. I remember when I decided to approach VTubing, he didn't understand. He was like, I don't understand. He was like, I can't justify spending that much money to start streaming when you can just start streaming. And, we had a conversation. We had an agree to disagree that, well, to me, it is, because I don't want to show my face. I don't feel like I can be my genuine self with a face cam. So I do kind of justify spending a couple $100s for a VTuber model and things like that. We agreed to disagree for that sort of stuff, but he still was like, I might not quite understand it, but it means a lot to you and I'm willing to respect it. Once you're married, you'll settle in Canada with him then? I've been in Canada with him. I've been living here in Canada for almost 10 years now. I moved in 2017. I've been in Canada for over 9 years. I've been left. So yeah. I made the plunge. I put all my cards on the table. I put all my eggs on this basket. Some would say that that wasn't a smart thing, but I genuinely believed in us. I genuinely believed that if we were able to live with each other for a month, we would probably be able to live with each other for longer. We were already really good friends by the time that I realized that I loved him, that I loved him romantically. We were already really good friends. It just worked out that he reciprocated my feelings, but again, he drew the hard line where he was like, I need to meet you, I need to see you, I need to see how we live our lives and how we carry ourselves. And if from there we decide to truly pursue a relationship, I can't do it can't be long distance the whole time. It can't be long distance and we see each other once or twice a year. One of us is going to make the move. We need to be together. We need to be physically together. And I totally understood that. Once I was with him, I didn't want to not be with him. Once I was with him and realized all this stuff, no one wants to be in a long distance relationship. I'm going to say that clear. Nobody wants to be in a long distance relationship. We want to be physically with our partner. Like, long distance is agonizing. When you're in a relationship with someone that starts long distance, or just has to become long distance, there is nothing you want more than to be around that person physically again. Because at the end of the day, we are social beings and we need physical companionship. I'm not talking about sex. I'm talking about physical companionship, touching, hugs, kisses, snuggles, pets. We need that. We need that so much. That month that I spent with Jester, the day I had to go back to the airport, we cried like children. When I went back to Jersey and eventually he came to visit me, because he did visit me and stayed for about a week and a half. The day we had to take him back to the airport, we cried like children again. We wanted nothing more than to be with each other. And I remember when I finally made the move to Canada, how happy I was. I'm getting emotional, I'm so sorry. How happy I was to just run into his arms and know that it was for good. That I wasn't leaving again. And the time that we've been together has been so beautiful. I love him so much. And I've joked many times that I never saw myself actually getting married. Like, I genuinely didn't think I'd make it this far. But to know that I'm getting married to such an amazing person, to my best friend who I have known for so long and love so much. I love him now the same as I've loved him the first day. It has not changed. I love him so much. Like, holy shit, I'm marrying him. Holy shit, we're getting married. So, I am so blessed and so lucky that I have met such a wonderful person. Because damn. Because Jester's also really fucking hot. I love him so fucking much. Because damn, he got a booty on. I gotta be silly so I don't cry so much. Because bro, I don't know what the fuck I did. Din's cat is a big fan of Jester. People who, if y'all have seen Jester's stream, you know what's good. You know. Jester's fucking fine. He is an amazing, wonderful person. He deserves everything. I love him so much. And, yeah. It's neat. It's really neat. I'm so happy that I'm marrying him. But the point I was getting at before I got all emotional is that we want to be we want to be with the other person. No one wants to be in a long distance relationship. And it is a huge commitment and a huge step to decide you're going to live with someone, to share a space with someone. And there will be times, because even though we are social beings, sometimes we do need our own space and our own time. And obviously having a small apartment has been a little bit difficult in those sort of aspects, especially when we both used to stream regularly. Now it's just me. But it's that sort of thing where we wouldn't, obviously we wish we had better living conditions, again, a bigger apartment, things like that, but right now what makes us happiest is that we're with the other. There's no way we could have gone as long as we did if I still lived in Jersey and neither of us was willing to make the move. I knew that once we started dating, I was more than willing to make the move. I was willing to do anything to be with him. Funnily enough, like Polo. Polo was willing to do
Making my way
anything.
downtown, walking fast, face this fast, and I'm homebound.
Yeah.
And I need you. And I miss you.
But yeah, kind of like Polo, who was willing to do anything to prove that she loved Galen and to be with Galen. That's how I was. And then bringing it back to Cerberus's question, because I deviated so much and I'm so sorry. When it comes to Polo and Saun, I think Polo would see that there is a lot of tragedy in Saun. Saun would probably remind her of Hadar, where he has this guilt. Now, where Hadar chose to kind of be an asshole, Saun just kind of chose to kind of like fall into himself and recede into himself and shut himself away. Him and Hadar both did that, but Hadar also like actively pushed people away by being an asshole. That train of thought did take a Tokyo drift. I'm the fucking Yap Master for a reason, bruh. And I feel like, especially now with her experience with her brothers, Polo would be able to identify that there is so much more to Saun than he feels, and she would encourage Lilia. If Lilia was like, I don't know. I just don't know how to get to him. I don't know what to do. She would tell him to just keep being herself, that she is actually doing more than she knows just by being who she is. And it's funnily enough is that that's a conclusion that she wouldn't have gotten to originally had it not been had it not been for the effect that Galen had on her. Just keep being you. Saun is the elf dude from Gilligan's Grave, right? Yes. That is a very interesting spelling, Eggy. Holy shit. Gilligan's Grave, kind of like Gilligan's Island, Eggy. But yeah, Saun. S-O'-U-N, Saun. But yeah. So I think they actually would have been fine. Lilia would have been like super friends with probably super friends with Polo, definitely the more outgoing one, but probably wouldn't understand what Polo saw in Galen until Galen committed to her, where she was like, I don't know what the fuck you did, but holy shit. Holy shit, girl, what'd you do? I just was myself. I was just honest. Shit. So that's what you meant. Okay. All right. Yeah, okay. I think they'd be good friends. I think they'd have a really funny dynamic. But that's also a thing. I have a huge, like, freaking love for characters that learn and grow from one another. I love it so much. That in loving and learning from one another, they learn to love themselves. I love it so much. If anyone has ever read Mars, the manga Mars by Fuyumi Soryu, you would know what I mean. In loving other people, you learn to love yourself. I love that trope so fucking much. I love fucking when they grow together. That's also why one of my biggest fucking regrets in the Mega Man game is that Yome didn't choose Shudder initially. Cause once Alan fucking kicked the bucket, she went right back to fucking Shudder, bro. Shudder waited for her the whole fucking time and did not let her live that down. She would be very jealous of Polo's garden. Oh, she would love it. Lilia doesn't consider herself a green thumb. She likes mushrooms. All right, I think. Gearbani and wheat. We have a fuck ton of wheat to make, brah. The shrooms, man. Yeah, the shrooms. Okay. Oh, fuck. This is gonna suck. Okay, progress is good. So we can actually just do progress. I probably... Hey, level up. Alright, I wanna... Because I've made it, I can do quick synthesis, but I would really rather not. Oh, damn. That was nice. We're gonna be good, but just in case. And we're gonna make a lot of fucking flour, because we need the experience. Oh, I forgot to fucking... Whoops. Alrighty. Okay. And then, yeah. Should probably go to Mordona and do all this. We're gonna be here for a while. Let me go to Mordona ahead of time. Let me actually go and do a quick potty break. And get myself a drink. My throat's kind of gone a little bit. I'll be right back. Ah, there we go. Drink obtained. Heckin'. The other day, Jester bought. Just stopped to hi and wish you good day. Hi, Ada. Heckin'. Heckin'. Nom, 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 nom. What are you gonna say? The other day, Jester heckin' bought a big bag of Cadbury mini eggs. And yo, we've destroyed it. Alright. I'm gonna go back to making flour. I keep forgetting. I used to love those, now they're too sweet. No, that's fair. That's why I only ever have a handful at a time. Because too much, I start actually feeling sick. We usually only get mini eggs like once a year. Because it is a lot of chocolate. But fuck do they fuck. Like I would absolutely make a Rice Krispie. With like, take the mini eggs and like smash them. Little chunks of mini eggs. Oh. Diabetes blocks. Blocks of delicious diabetes. Also, like, I'm on my lady time, so chocolate is like all I think about right now. Either chocolate or dick. Well, I can't just say dick. Specific dick. I'm very particular. Fuck yeah. Insert SpongeBob meme here. Ha. Okay. Look, I'm fucking cooking, bro. I was literally thinking, cause like I just pulled out some chicken, cause I found a 24-hour honey butter chicken recipe, honey butter Korean fried chicken recipe, and I got a little emotional again looking at the chicken, because Jester showed me the recipe, and I'm just like, oh yeah, I'm gonna make such a good chicken for my man. I'm gonna make him such yummy chicken. Because I genuinely love when Jester, like, eats my food. And when he likes it. I just want to see what this looks. Oh, that looks cute. Orasteri Robe of Healing. I don't know what that is. Ba-bum, ba-dum, bum. Oh. Is this new gear? It's from one of the duties. It's 750 gear. Sandoria, the second walk. Oh, it's from the Dawn Trail Alliance. Yeah, no, that looks good. I like that. Fuck. Do I gotta do the Alliance raid? Hold on, let me enable die preview. Take off both die channels. I want to see what it looks like. Oh. I would have never seen the pink potential. That looks so good. What happens if I... the secondary color, and if I made it... Oh, ruby red is like perfect. That definitely gives white mage blood red. What about Dalamud red? Oh, yeah. I do love a Dalamud red on polo. It looks good. That's from the Alliance raids. Taoist cat. Yeah, I don't care about that. It's got that lacy bit on it. Oh, the Ebers skirt. That's white mage gear. That is cute. View there. Oh, fuck yeah. Hell yeah, applied glamours. Mmm. And then display. No. Oh. That's so freaking cute. I love how people can be creative like this. Where it's like, is it too short? Just add another skirt and it still looks so fucking cute. Yeah, and that's just white mage gear. So like we all have this shit. And then this is from... God, I have to do the next phase of the Alliance raid. Heckin', thank you. Wah 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 wah. Wah 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 wah. Are you a fucking savage? No, you're not a savage raider, but you've got fucking... Oh, damn. You've got gear you can pentameld into if you fucking want to. You're on the way to be a fucking savage raider. Holy shit. What's your cane? Phantom Crook Cane Umbra. Oh, that's cute. Oh. Oh, that's cute as fuck. Which one is it again? Phantom Crook Cane. Yo. Where do we get this from? Oh! Is this a relic weapon? This is the relic weapon. Oh, shit! I think this is the relic weapon. It's purple. Wrought by hands, phantasmal. Harp bow. Guillotines, that's the Dark Knight. The brush. I fucking hate these goddamn sights, bro. I can't see shit. It is the relic weapon. Oh, it's the Dawn Trail weapon relic. Okay. Oh, damn. I gotta get on that at some point. That shit's cute. Good to know. I was making wheat. I was making flour. Sorry, I got hella distracted. Ooh. Let's see, that's near gear. Myself a lot of honey. Wow. Heaven's lemon liquat juice. Yeah, some of the stuff that just requires me doing harvester, botanist. Alrighty, bring that back. There we go. Start building on it. Oof. Yeah, we're good. Oh, there's still so much to make. Oh wait, hold on. Where the fuck? Where'd I get this from? Where'd this come from? Where the fuck I get holy water? The fuck? Oh, yo, craft. That's gathering. That's gathering. Here we go. I want that. Hey. And then I can... By consuming multiple servings, I would like that, yes. And then... It wasn't the raisins, it was this. Oh, does it overwrite? God damn it. Okay, well I wasted that. God damn it, I wasted that fucking tea. I thought you can like stack multiple things, but I'm an idiot and didn't know. Okay. Okay, yeah, I'm good. Might as well get myself as close as I can to the next level up because I'll just only be able to do one quest. Yeah, I can do that. There we go. Oh, hey! These guys are back. Hello! Hello, babies! I want to pet them. Even though it's not going to look like I'm petting them. There we go. Back to doing this. Okay. This one. Up, down, up. That's gonna do a good amount. Hi, Kilipa. No. We're doing okay. How are you? Just having some chill vibes and I'm doing some crafting in 14. Just having a comfy crafting day. It's still raining. Looks like it's finally stopped raining. Ba, 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 ba. Na, da. Should probably just take advantage of that, honestly. So I can collect CP again. Crafting point. Crafting point. I must, specify. For a reason. Chilling, waiting for the last truck to come in? Yeah. Just sit back and chill. We don't need to, but we can do this for safety. You never know when things just want to fucking shit the bed on you, bro. Alrighty. Prudent Touch increases quality at half the durability costs. How so? Not by much. Okay. It's actually pretty promising. Because the other one roughly takes 36? 3. This I can do more at half, even if it costs a little bit more, not as cost effective. Get some of that back. And there we go. And there we go. Okay. God, I still have so much. But this'll still at least get me at a level up. I think you get more experience as well if you do high quality. Yeah. Let's see. Let's say if I do some quick synthesis. Let's just do one. Yeah, I don't get as much. I get double the points if I do it. Discard the Kaka one. We want the good stuff. We want the high quality stuff. Sunset wheat, we can discard this. I'm going to run a Fate D&D campaign. Do you have any people from history that can be servants? I mean, a couple, but like, I wouldn't say like use them. Also remember that it doesn't have to be people from history. It can also be mythological figures, like heroes of from myths and legends. And I'm gonna tell you right now, I could recommend a couple, but at the end of the day, I can't tell you why you should use them. And I would still recommend you do research and get to understand and know the historical figure or the mythical hero, because unless your players are going to be allowed to be servants, which they probably won't be, I'm assuming, you're going to have to play that character. You're going to have to play that hero or that historical figure. So if you want to do them the best job you can possibly do, taking that time to research would definitely be worth it to give your players an experience. HDW need a lot of research. Yeah, so that Holy Grail Wars need a lot of research. Again, you can obviously your 3 knight classes, your Lancer, Archer, Saber, those are going to be pretty damn easy. I can tell you, based on previous wars, Mulan is a pretty easy one. And don't be afraid to look at the servants that Fate Go used and just make your own rendition of them. It doesn't have to be the Fate Go version either. Fate Go pulled from a lot of historical figures and characters from myths and legends and stories. Like, the world is your oyster in that aspect. Like, you can have, like, Al Capone and he could be an assassin. You know? You can have, fucking Teddy Roosevelt. I don't know how you'd figure it out. You could figure it out, but this is where your creativity can shine. You can have Teddy Roosevelt and have him be a fucking berserker. Or a fucking, or even a rider. You can take like pirates of legend and actual historical pirates, and you've got riders and assassins and sabers of all that you can make out of all of them. You can go into like myths and legends from other cultures. Just be respectful, but you can go into African legend, you can go into Greek legend, you can go into Aztec, Incan, Mayan. But you have to do the research. You have to get a feel for who these characters are. Yeah, you have Miyamoto Musashi, you've got Oda Nobunaga, you've got Hideyoshi, you've got heckin' Date Masamune. You've got many historical figures that people were real or not real that you can pull from, and you can do your own interpretation. But obviously, again, you want to portray that hero respectfully, especially if they're coming from a culture that is not your own. You can do Yasuke. Like, the world is your oyster, but you are going to do a lot of research. And I'm going to tell you right now, if the idea of going and doing research is already making you want to do, I'm going to tell you right now, if the idea of doing research makes you break out in hives, do not run a Fate game. Do not. I'm going to tell you right now, do not. It's going to suck. Cold hard truth. Don't do it. Like, just save yourself the trouble. Okay, just checking some stuff really quick and making sure my notifs are fucking out. Alrighty. Okay. But yeah, it's coming up with a Grail War campaign. You're gonna need to do research. If you don't want to do research, then save yourself the time and don't even do it. Sorry for taking so long. Last truck came in and I had to put on door. No worries. If you missed anything, just let me know. And I can repeat what I said. Or just rewind like 5 minutes. Oh, I should be doing the other one. Lol. Yeah, just let me know if you need me to repeat anything again, and I can do that. I'm just making wheat. I need to put this a little higher or a little lower, I think, so I can... Maybe I can see it better. I don't know, bro. The controller is, like, making it hard to see. Coño, what is that? What the fuck was that? What was this? Holy shit, that was bad. Thank you. Finally, some calmer music. So far, I have John Henry, Paul Bunyan, Muhammad Ali, and Isaac Asimov. Okay. And again, as long as you take the time to do some research into who they were, what they stood for, what their wish would be, because that's an important thing too. Depending on how much you want to stick to lore, if the hero in question does not have anything that they would wish for from the Grail will not summon them. Bardu, funny thing, Paul Bunyan is already a servant. Here's the thing. Like I said earlier, Bardu, it doesn't matter if Fate Go has done it already. Fate Go literally doesn't matter. Does not matter. It's a gacha game that pulls from every which way and corner. It does not matter that Fate Go already did it. Fate Go also made Paul Bunyan a little girl. So no one cares. No one cares about Fate Go. Actually make Paul Bunyan a fucking good servant, and you'll be fine. Nobody cares about Fate Go. Wait, what? Yep. Fate Go already did it. Y'all didn't know? Y'all didn't know? Did y'all really not know? That's why I even said, don't be afraid to look at Fate Go. Because they already have a long list of servants that they've already made. Okay, hold on. We're gonna take a moment. We're gonna go on the Fate Wiki. Okay, Fate Go. Pretty sure Paul Bunyan's a writer here. Or a berserker. Al Capone becomes a servant. He's a wish that he wants to abolish taxes. Yeah, again, like I suggested earlier, you can have Al Capone and his wish could literally just be he wishes he never got caught. The wish part is not that hard depending on who you go for. Where is Paul Bunyan? They're not. Mandios, Achilles, red hair. They're a 1-star? Yeah, but this would show me that, so... They're a berserker. Okay, I had a feeling they're a berserker. It's not showing me them. Oh, this fucking ad shit. Fucking go away. Asterios. Eric Bloodaxe, Mamo, Beowulf. Here we go. Here they are. Paul Bunyan. This is Paul Bunyan. This is Paul Bunyan. But that one is actually a different person who thinks they're Fate Go Paul Bunyan. This is Fate Go's Paul Bunyan. And then it just becomes a fucking naked lolly in a, just like, it's okay. Do what you want. It doesn't matter. Fate Go does not matter. You do not have to care about Fate Go. Just do what you want. And then, yeah, she has a costume. It's a little girl with an axe that then upgrades to a chainsaw. Her character is a literal joke. That's what, funnily enough, that's what, Super Bunyan. Funnily enough, that's what Fate Go did with a lot of American heroes. A lot of American myths and legends and heroes, they're almost all jokes. But yeah. But the master fights for Bunyan to be a servant. Yeah. Oh, gee. Oh, God, what the hell? Yeah, so... Don't worry about Fate Go already did it. Nobody fucking cares. Do what you want. Just do your research. If they're from a culture that is not yours, be respectful and have fun. Show them Nobunaga. I'm not going to. I don't care. Nobunaga's a girl. Nobunaga's also a little girl, but I actually don't mind what they did with fuck it. Fine. What is Nobunaga again? Are they an Avenger? They're not an Avenger. Oh, they are. There's Archer Oda Nobunaga, who's just a diet Gilgamesh with guns. Then there's Demon King. There's a lot of Oda Nobunaga, though. But Oda Nobunaga is actually pretty fucking cool. I actually don't mind Nobunaga, but they did make him a little girl. Stage 3. That's stage 4. Oh, this is also the event Oda Nobunaga. Stage 4, she's just naked, because of course. Demon King, Oda Nobunaga. Same fucking look. They usually don't change her outfit. They open her up. And then, yeah, that's Oda Nobunaga. But the problem is, and here's the thing, because when it comes to a lot of characters with legends and stuff, there's Oda Nobunaga, the general, like this great general who embraced guns and military ingenuity and modernization. And then there's the one that called himself the demon king of the seventh hell, or whatever hell that they called themselves from. So that's why there's multiple Nobunagas, because there's the actual Nobunaga, and then there's the demon king Nobunaga, and then there's Berserker Nobunaga, but this is a beach thing, so no one fucking cares. For example, her being naked in Final Ascension is a reference to her gag manga where she's often drawn without clothes. Yeah, I know about that. She's just drawn in her cape, yeah. But yeah, with Demon King Nobunaga, it's, again, she starts in her normal gear, pretty much almost exactly the same. It's just, a more, like, this one's more yellow than gold because this is also a much older unit. This one, they make things more metallic and textured, so it doesn't look as garish, but it's pretty much the same outfit. The cloak's just a little bit different. Same fucking hat. Again, this one doesn't really change much because this was also an event from the Guda Guda Honoji. And then we have, like, they actually made her, like, a servant. And, yeah, so we've got her classic look, because that was not going to change. Then you have this look where she has a giant fucking gun, and they give her a big, wild ponytail. And then they go into big, sexy lady, dominatrix. And to be kind of fair, I kind of don't care for this. It's a good design. It's not Nobunaga. But they went that direction. And again, this is supposed to be the Demon King Nobunaga, the way everyone, quote unquote, remembers Nobunaga. The Nobunaga that in his letters called himself, again, the Demon King of the Sixth Heaven. Yeah, so her spirit origin possesses what could be called the combination of all possible Nobunagas, past, present, and future. That sort of shit. There's a bunch of servants. Yeah, no one cares about the summer servants. Funny thing, he called himself that because someone else called himself something like the Great Protector of Buddhism. Yeah, he was trolling. Funny thing about that, the reason he called himself that is because some monk said he was some kind of divine being sent to bring him judgment, so he laughed and started calling himself the Demon King to clown. Kopushi, the one in blue, is technically unclear gender because the Avenger version is an amalgam of 3 different versions of Nobunaga. Ranmaru is a servant, but is a woman also from... Yeah, no one cares. Fate Go is a crock of horse shit. You do not have to care about it. What am I doing? Cooking. Do not worry. Do not let Fate Go having done servant stop you from throwing in your own twist. It's probably gonna be better anyway. Just do fucking research and give a shit. Cause not on nothing with Japan gets away with it because it's fucking Japan and everybody loves Japan, so Japan gets to get away with this sort of shit. Japan loves fucking around with shit that isn't theirs. They love fucking with shit that isn't theirs. And that in and of itself is not bad. It's not. But, and this is the part where Japan gets away with things, when it comes to their own history, no one really cares. They care, but no one really cares. Because it's their history, they can do what they want with it. No. What people do take situation with is, for example, when you take Cleopatra, you give her to the Danganronpa artist, and he gives you a pasty white gyaru. And you call that Cleopatra. That's where what people don't like. And understandably so. Now, does that mean that everyone who is Egyptian does not like Fate Go's rendition of Cleopatra? No. Some might like it. Some might just care that, hey, freaking something Egyptian is in a Japanese game. That's pretty fucking cool. But some people are also like, damn, you couldn't give this bitch a little bit of a tan? She's fucking white. She's fucking white as papyrus. But you know, it is what it is. That's what I mean. They do that sort of shit. Some people will say it's not a bad design, but it's not Cleopatra. Then you have, again, like Bardu mentioned, how Caesar is this big, giant, fat, nerd-looking fucking dude. This big, just big, fat, sweaty guy. And that's supposed to be Julius Caesar. And while some people can maybe understand why that's the portrayal of Caesar that they chose to go with, he's treated like a fucking joke. Julius fucking Caesar. So they just kind of fucking do what they want. I think Blackbeard, they made him a fucking lolicon. They made him an actual pedophile. Now, to be fair, I don't know the story of Blackbeard. Maybe there was something in there that they decided to make him a otaku lolicon. But, you know, it's fucking weird. Fate Go Fate Go is one of the biggest examples of proof that Japan will just kind of do whatever the fuck it wants, and it's going to get away with it. Also, Jack the Ripper. Yeah, it made Jack the Ripper a lolly. Here's the thing. My issue with Jack the Ripper isn't that they made Jack the Ripper a little girl. Because what they did is they took this very dark character that is shrouded in mystery, this actual fucking murderer, and they threw an even darker twist to it. Because there is a horror in innocence. There is a horror to pure innocence. And the whole thing with Jack the Ripper and Fate Go is that she is a little girl that wants to return to the womb. And it's weird. It's fucking weird. But it's dark and it's scary. And then when you think about the women that were actually killed by Jack the Ripper, and again, when you actually like research how these women were murdered and the surgical precision in which they were mutilated, people think it was a doctor. People think it was someone who was aware of of female anatomy. Some people thought it was a midwife, possibly. With how, like, well those cuts were. And there's something really dark and macabre and interesting on what if it was a child? Who, and again, it's a weird intention, but it's just a child that wants to go back to the womb where it feels safe. That's not the problem. My problem with Jack the Ripper is that it's a little girl wearing a fucking sleeveless crop top and a thong. That's my problem. That's what I don't fucking care for. I have Jack the Ripper in my Fate Go account. She's one of my highest leveled servants, because she was also, at the time I got her, a really good fucking unit. I love her. I hate how sexualized she is. It's disgusting. But unfortunately, Fate Go gonna Fate Go. Freaking Japan gonna Japan in that aspect. So I just don't deal with it. Fine, I'll show y'all Jack the Ripper. Jack the Ripper starts promising, and then you see her final form, and you're like, why did you do this? And unfortunately, they do this a lot, because again, Fate Go, like a lot of things in Japanese weeb media, has a lot of fucking lolicons. And, you know, as long as you're not touching actual fucking little kids, I don't care what the fuck you do at fucking 10 p.m. on a Thursday night. I don't give a fuck. I don't gotta know. But you're fucking weird. Where's fucking Foreigner? Because they also have Abigail Williams, and she's also a problem. Like, look, here's Jack the Ripper. She looks pretty promising. She's, you know, a girl covered in tattered robes. She's got her things. You might probably even think that's a little boy. There's some little sus parts around here, but, you know, you're willing to give it a chance. Never mind. Never mind, actually. Okay, so the shirt got... Okay. we gave her a little bit of coverage. It's awful. And then there you go. Jack the Ripper. Her outfit's stupid, and I hate it. I fucking hate it. But yeah, innocent murderer, legendary serial killer, Jack the Ripper. Wow. Yeah, it's bad. Give her some pants. No, well, they gave her some panties. They gave her some panties. And I'm pretty sure it's a fucking thong. Yeah, it is. Okay, no, it actually, I think it covers her booty. Barely. It doesn't really cover her booty. I'm not giving him this fucking, yeah. Abigail Williams was so fucking promising. And then they did the same shit, and it's fucking worse. Abigail Williams, a cute little girl. Just a cute little girl. And it's like, okay, she's a cute little girl. You know, Salem Witch Trials, Abigail Williams. Okay. Okay. Abigail Williams. And again, starts as just, and she has a summer version, and of course she does. Again, normal little girl, has her teddy bear, has these little bows, really cute. Kind of gives a little bit of like a Halloween Lolita vibe, like a gothic Lolita vibe, really cute. Then her dress becomes this weird fucking viney shit, and she's got like these really, really low riding panties. And then there's some weird supernatural shit. We'll get into that. And then she's got these weird fucking tentacle things. Again, those panties are not fucking on. And she's fucking naked. And I fucking hate it. Yeah, she's fucking 10. It's disgusting. But now you're probably wondering, well, what the fuck's all that shit? Abigail Williams is just a little girl, a girl who fucking helped accuse people of fucking witches and shit. A young girl named Abigail Williams was one of the first to show signs of demonic possession. The unusual symptoms soon spread to the other girls, and many villages were accused of witchcraft over the course of the next year. In the end, 200 people were arrested, 19 were hanged, 2 died while in prison, and 1 died under torture. The girls' true intentions and what may have triggered their symptoms are still shrouded in mystery. Yeah, so Abigail is a servant classified as foreigner, and there's a reason for that. Because they're not what they seem, they come from somewhere else. Foreigners, outside of very special cases, are people who were in contact with the outer gods. Yeah, essentially. Essentially, yeah, this is an eldritch being who essentially took over Abigail Williams. They go into it here. Again, Puritan, Abigail was an innocent girl who loved God and never forgot to pray and give thanks to her blessings. She was just a sensitive girl of a tender age who never once thought to be suspicious of others. The Puritans placed value on earthly hardships, and they crossed the Atlantic Ocean to flee the oppression of the power-hungry church and ended up in the New World. However, others eventually caught up to and cornered them. Their protest was soon directed to their neighbors and those nearby. So then there's, there's strife and war and pillaging and blah blah. They sought to lay the blame at the witch's feet. They began to believe that their misfortune was the work of the devil himself. The gates of the atrocious witch trial soon opened with the emergence of witches in Salem. The tumultuous situation became the keyhole, while the girl became the key that reflected the sentiments of the people. If both sides are fundamentally necessary for the other to exist, which side is truly to blame? The outer god, all in one and one in all, while it may have only been a fabrication of a brilliant man, it was still powerful enough to establish itself as a force of endless madness. Those things may never have truly existed historically, but they could not abandon at least the potential to become observers from a distant abyss, and so she was given the class of a visitor from the void, foreigner. The demon god pillar Rome, in an attempt to make the impossible possible, pursued the source of the man's idea, traced the historical incident that inspired the idea, and was ultimately led to a girl who was essential to this plan. And so Abigail is a kind of priestess who serves the outer god, a vessel that enables it to manifest, and a key that opens up the gate to the abyss of falsity. And then her little April Fool thing, a village girl with a cute forehead, but then she got possessed by an alien octopus from outer space. She gets naughtier as you ascend her. Van Gogh is a little boy. Van Gogh is a little boy, and then it turns out that it's another fucking thing. Yeah. Van Gogh is not actually no, it's a little girl. And again, it's another girl, it's another god thing. The foreigners are like, we want to put HP Lovecraft into our games, but we don't really know how to do it right. So we're gonna do that. And yeah, Abigail Williams has a summer form, and wow, she has a top. No one cares, bro. No one cares. Van Gogh, I think, is also... Let's see. Clety Van Gogh is a water... Clety is a water nymph of Greek mythology and one of the Oceanids, born to Okeanos and Thetis. And Tethys, or whatever. She was Apollo's lover, but was driven mad with jealousy when his affections turned to Lekatho, the daughter of the Persian king. It's a water nymph. It's a fucking water nymph. No one cares. They made a satellite, a servant, too. They made the Voyager. It's a servant. It's a little astronaut. It's a little boy. You want a little boy? Here you go. Okay, I'm fucking done. I don't really care for Fate Go. But if you want to draw for ideas from it, go for it. Have fun. Oh, I want this. I want to give them a sandwich. Lol. What are my notifs? I don't want to see. I don't want... Okay, cool. Nothing to care about. I'm trying to make flour, bro. Should have been leveled up. Just don't include the moon. Don't worry. Do what you want. Again, you do not have to listen to Fate Go. You don't have to worry about the giant robots and the aliens and any of that shit. Like, you really don't. You really do not. Fate Go ends with none of it really actually mattered. It's its own self-contained Lost Belt bullshit. Nobody cares. Do not worry about Fate Go. If you worry about Fate Go, you're gonna waste time that you could have been researching. Do not waste your time with Fate Go. I'm not gonna say it again. Lost belts are dead timelines, and that's why we don't care about them. Lady was put in the Van Gogh Saint graph by an outer god to fulfill their goal. Yep. Have you seen the new Jack the Ripper Berserker class in the new Fate series? Is it still a little girl? Because I don't care if it is. And if the campaign takes place in modern day, that doesn't mean you can't pull from servants from other cultures, other times, or even from the future. Because as we saw from Fate Stay Night, the time the Grail War takes place does not limit whether servants from the future can happen, as you saw how Rin summoned Archer. So, if you want to take place in the fucking 1800s, but you want to fucking summon Slender Man for some fucking reason, go for it. Have fun. You know? Lost spell to a timeline that should have ended, but something is keeping them alive. It's Cthulhu. Yeah, it's, again, what's really weird about Fate Go and the Lost Belt shit and the fucking Outer Gods is that it takes H.P. Lovecraft's work and actually makes them canon events in the Fate, and at least Fate Go. And again, I'm not saying it again. Turning some of these noble phantasms into dice rolls are gonna be hard. Yeah, probably. You're gonna want to look at legendary weapons in D&D. If you're basing your story your game within D&D or Pathfinder, you're gonna want to look at the stats of legendary weapons. And if you're running homebrew, good luck. I can't help you with homebrew. No, he actually looks cool. I'll look in a moment. Are you talking about Strange Fake? Are you talking about Strange Fake? Yeah, it's homebrew. Ugh, good luck. Hey, Squeaky, what's the crafter leveling, if you don't mind me asking? Give me 1 second, and I'll get to you in a moment. No name assassin. And you're saying it's from Strange Fake? The fake and the true Holy Grail War. Oh, Berserker. That's what I'm looking for. Berserker. Fake Berserker. Jack the Ripper. Well, yeah, because I'm not surprised that Strange Fake has their own version of Jack the Ripper, because it came before Fate Go. Oh, Cetus. Not the first time. Last time I used the system, I made a Ruby campaign. Ugh. It's another one that's like, ugh. Enkidu, Pale Rider, Uwawa, Hippolyta. Okay. Okay. Yeah, no, I've kind of seen them. They're okay. Ah, shit. The fuck? Oh. Oopsies. There we go. Ah. NPCs aren't just big damage nuke. Yeah. What's the crafter leveling? If you're asking what my crafter level was, Cyberwolf, right now I'm at level 67. Hero's Handbook on Drive-Thru-RPG is a Holy Grail War type D&D 5 ebook, third party. It can help. Well, Noble Phantasms, yeah, they're not just meant to be damage nukes. You have to consider the servant and why it works the way it does. This is why research is important. The reason I wouldn't compare Fate to Ruby is because Ruby's rules are kind of bullshit. But I also don't really care for Ruby, so I'm probably not the best judgment for it. Ruby works on rule of cool, not rule of logic when it comes to its world building and all that shit. So I wouldn't compare those. I wouldn't put those on the same level. It's like saying I can make spaghetti so I can make cake. It's like, no. I didn't need to do this, but extra stuff. Almost at 68. You're not including any beasts, are you? I don't think they are. I mean, if they want to include things like beast, alter ego, foreigner, shielder, that's another good fucking luck. I'd stick to just the main 7 for now and see how a fate campaign works, and then if you decide to have another campaign, then have fun with the crazy other servant types. Extra classes can fit if it's not a typical war. In general, ruler can be there as a neutral observer. Exactly. Bro, Berserker Jack from Strange Fake pisses me off, not because Faye already made my idea for a version of Jack, but after I made my version of Jack and shared it with friends, one of them just kept annoying me by basically saying Berserker already does that. I mean... there's only so many ways to skin a fish, bro. You can only do Jack the Ripper so many times before it's no longer Jack the Ripper. I'd say to just fucking ignore that, because that's... I'm gonna be real, like, if you're trying to plan stuff out and you're trying to write a story and stuff, you're always gonna get that one fucking neg that compares your shit to something else, and you can just be like, I'm just not gonna talk to you about it, and just not let that attitude come into, don't allow that into your life. Didn't even know Berserker existed when I made my Jack. Yeah, that's fine. But like, hey, I don't need that energy. Like, again, if they were like being like that the whole time, you can be just like, hey bro, I don't need that energy. I'm just not gonna talk to you about it anymore if this is the energy you're gonna bring. You know? You can just cross that boundary. It's nothing personal. It's only personal if they want to make it that way. I'll keep going a little bit more. Anyway, I was asking if you had a reason for leveling crafters. Oh, I'm just doing it for fun. I'm just doing it for fun. It gives me a way to just kind of chill and hang out with you guys while still kind of progressing on one of my many goals in this game, which is to do the crafter quests and the and things like that. So, like, I enjoy doing this. And again, it's just brain dead enough that I can also pay attention to you guys and we can just kind of have a cozy time, you know? Right here. Oh, I wasn't even able to do the previous quest. That's crazy. I still have a lot. I can still do 10 flour, 10 wheats, or 10 flour. Might as well. Then I gotta see the provisions and see what I can make there and if I can just buy it or make it. Because it's gonna help a lot with experience. Right, I'm getting ready to get out of here. Thanks for help. Yeah, no worries. Anytime. Cool, I've been leveling Crafter lately in order to make the AR relic weapons. It's hell. I was trying to do that before, a long time ago. I gave up. I said, fuck that. I fucking hate the fucking books and the Atmas and the fucking stupid shit. I was like, nope. If you could sell Atmas, I'd be making fucking money. I have too much of those shits. Any thoughts about the Grand Servants? I do not care. If the Grand Servants are fake ghost shit, I do not care. That is my thoughts. I don't. What do you think? I don't. Yeah, no, I gotta get on the phantom weapons. I just saw the fucking, what we get, and it's cute as fuck, and I want it. And I honestly should, because it's just a good weapon to have at the start. Like, I'm probably gonna look for that quest in a little bit. Once I'm gonna finish these wheats, I'm gonna do this cooking quest, and then I'm actually gonna go and look for the relic weapon. Grand Servants are the basis for the summoning system and are the ones charged with fighting beasts. Yeah, and I know that Arturia is the Grand Saber, and I'm not fucking surprised. Can't even be fucking interesting. I'm at the point where you need Alexandrite in order to meld materia to a scroll. Just to get the next tier. I want the Ragnarok axe. Ooh. Yeah, so the current step the paste requires 1200 total to get Obscurum. I just got all of it at once. Oh. That's crazy. I'm ready to fucking do on another relic quest and not know what the fuck I'm doing. I don't even know if I think I did finish my Manderville weapon. I think I did. But only, like, my main one until I stopped caring. I liked doing the Manderville quest, which was why I did it. But I don't think this next one is attached to that, so who knows? I know some people didn't like how the Manderville weapon was, because it was just, here's your weapon, go fucking collect tokens, and then get 3 things, and then you upgrade. But honestly, I don't super mind. Because, again, just trying to do the ARR fucking weapon is fucking a headache and a half. But I can forgive it as much as I don't want to do it. Because back then, that was all ARR had. So it had to recycle all of its content. There's so much content in 14 now that there's not really much reason to do a relic weapon like that. Without making it feel like you're not respecting the player's time. Only annoying part is the constant need to do hunting boards for the seals to buy Alexandrite. Which, yeah. That's why every once in a while you gotta, like, be aware of hunting trains and, like, really hop on board of those when you find one. Apparently there's an Easter game in 14 called Hatching Tide from the 23rd of this month. Yes, that's the Easter event. That's the Easter event. I saw, we looked at that a little bit earlier. The notice for it, at least. Those are always cute. You know, you could make a Holy Grail war of nothing but Arturia variants now. Yeah, and I fucking hate it. I have strong feelings about Fate Go. Like, I can't talk circles around people like Logan probably could. Considering that Fate is one of his favorite franchises and he held Fate games on Nat 19 earlier, a couple years back. But I used to enjoy Fate Go, and then it was ridiculous, and I was like, I actually hate gacha games. I was like, wow, I actually kind of hate gacha games. And then I just kind of never looked back. Oh, I enjoy Fate Go. Yeah, and that's fine. I used to enjoy Fate Go. I put money into Fate Go like you would at piggy bank so that I can get Merlin. And after saving 300 pulls, I didn't get Merlin. It was only until a friend donated money to me, and on the first pull I got Merlin. I was happy, but I was mad. That clip is still on Twitch. I was very fucking happy because, God, so many pulls of fucking nothing. Where at the end of it all, once everything's super processed, I was like, huh. The dopamine didn't really last long, did it? And, really not long after I got him up, I just stopped playing the game because I was like, I don't want to do this anymore. This, kind of sucks. This game kind of sucks. The main gachas have been Dragon Ball, Star Rail, Nikki, and Uma Musume. I stopped spending money on Fate Go after 200 USD. No, I put like $400, like $300 to $400 in that game, bit by bit. Not all at once, just bit by bit. Until it was time to pull Merlin. Like, I had heard that he was going to be coming out at some point. Because the banners for Fate Go in Japan and the ones that were in the States, were not at the same time. So they were, so people were like, hey, Merlin just came out in Japan. We'll probably be getting Merlin within a year. And I was like, bet. And I started saving up. And that was honestly the only benefit of the servers being like that. Because, like, Japan used to be ahead, if I'm remembering correctly. Like, some people would, like, be like, nah, I'll play the Japanese version. There's so much more content. But it's like, bro, they have to translate it. You know? I love some of Fate Go's character, but keeping up and playing just feels... Again, it's not a very engaging game. At least not to me. I used to stream playing Fate Go. Trust. I used to stream playing it a long time ago. My very early streaming days, I used to stream playing Fate Go. Like, I don't even think those streams exist anymore. Like, I think those didn't, never got logged. Thinking of Fate, supposedly Star Rail is getting a part 2 collab. Has that been confirmed? I've been hearing about that, but I'm not sure. And if we do, I hope we can get Lancer. I would like that. I would also just like a 4-star. The plots are pretty good. Bro, I heard Babylonia was ass. I don't want to hear it. Oh no, not Babylonia. I heard the Lost Belt was ass. Fate Go was so ass. Fate Go was actually so fucking ass that they didn't even want to give it a proper adaptation. They gave a movie to Camelot because that was quote unquote where it was getting good, and Babylonia where it was good, and the anime was ass. Which lost belt? There's 7. Yes. Almost had a brain fart for a second there. Supposedly part 2 is gonna bring Lancer, and there are rumors going around about Gilgamesh. He's probably gonna pull up or something. I'm hoping I would love Medusa. I would love Medusa. As much as I fucking love Medusa, I would want her and Lancer to be 4 stars. Medusa probably fucking won't be. And Gilgamesh, absolutely, if he does appear, will absolutely not be a 4-star. She has her own saber version now. Of fucking course she does. If you can pull enough bullshit out of your ass, any servant can be any fucking class. Any figure can be any fucking class if you... I'm gonna be real with you guys. I don't care about Fate Go. Fate Go is such bullshit and so far up its own fucking ass. It knows the interior. It is able to interior decorate the insides of its fucking colon. I do not care. So I'm going to put my foot down. I do not want to talk about Fate Go anymore. I do not care. We can talk about Fate in just general-ish. We can talk about the Fate game on Summoners Network. We can talk about the potential of the second part of the Fate event for Star Rail. I do not want to talk about Fate Go. I do not. I do not care. What about the other games? I honestly do not know enough about Extra. So I cannot promise an engaging conversation with Fate Extra. If y'all want to talk about Fate Extra, you guys can talk about it on the Discord. I cannot talk to you about Fate Extra. I have not played the games. I have not played the original. I have not played Triple C. And that is also another somewhat alternate universe that I do not care about. I know about Triple C. I know what happens in Triple C, but I don't super understand or care enough about Triple C to have a conversation about it. I remember a long time ago when Triple C got announced as like the Heaven's Feel route for Fate Extra, that Gilgamesh was added, and that was a pretty big deal. That he has a fucking leopard tuxedo and that he gets naked at some point. It's supposed to be funny. And the whole thing with Kiara, I think she's a pretty interesting character. But I do not know enough about Fate Extra, the original or Triple C, to unfortunately have a proper discussion about it. Fate Apocalypse's Vlad is a much better Vlad. And that's all I can really say about it. I don't care for the Sakura 5. I don't care about BB. I look at the Sakura 5 and I look at just Sakura in general, and maybe it's just me because I really do love Sakura in Fate Stay Night. I love Reen and I love Sakura, but I kind of like really like Sakura. She's like really, really cute and the character that I kind of relate to a little bit a lot. But knowing what Sakura has gone through and seeing what incarnations of her are subjected to make me sad. And Fate Go didn't do any better, but we're not talking about Fate Go anymore. We're done. What am I doing? Okay. If you guys want to talk more about Fate, we do have a Fate chat in the Discord. So you guys are more than welcome to take any conversations that you guys want to get into about Fate, Fate Go, Fate Extra. Excuse me. But I'm done. I'm drawing the line. I know why she looks like Sakura. Again, I've read about Triple C. I know what happens in Triple C. I don't really care about the moon cell and all of that stuff. I know what BB is. I know that when Kiara fucks with Sakura, she puts the main character in an infinite time loop because she wants to protect them. And then when she realizes that this actually is a bad thing, she puts her memories into a copy of Sakura, into a copy of herself, because she can't erase her memories. Eventually, that copy body with those memories takes its own sentience and becomes BB. And BB is like, but that thing we were doing before was actually a great idea, and creates the Sakura Labyrinth, and the whole plot is to stop that. But it's also all, like showing Kiara doing some fucking crazy shit, and you actually have to stop her. Like, I know what happens in Extra. I don't care. I didn't think I'd have to spell it out. I know. I've read the Fate Wiki. I know. I just don't want to talk about it. I just don't want to talk about it because I haven't played the games, but I also don't have an interest in playing the games. So because of that, I don't feel like I can give it a fair shot. It's kind of like how now that I've played Chain of Memories and that game is an awful piece of shit, I can properly talk about it and call it a piece of shit. Because it is. And people can't be like, well, you're just being meh, 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 because I played it. I played it through its entirety. Practically twice. And I still hated it. But I can't be... I feel that I am being unfair to Fate Extra because despite what I know about it, I still haven't played it. I still haven't been able to give it a fair shot. But the problem also is, I don't want to. So I just don't talk about it. Anywho, we're done. We're done. I also, like, I can't believe it's still Japan exclusive, but we're done. Crunchy shell tacos suck. Crunchy shell tacos suck. What class do you main? I main white mage. I haven't, it's the class I know the most how to play. And then after that, we go into Bard and Dark Knight, but I couldn't tell you if I'm good or not. I feel like I suck at both of those. 14 question. If Yoshi P wanted to make a 14 side game that focused on Arbert's journey in the first, do you think it'd be interesting? Probably not. So here's why I actually don't think... Yeah, we kind of got that with the role quests. We kind of got that already with the role quests. We know what happened during Ardbert's journey with everybody else. It would just be playing that again. Also, we don't need to see how badly they failed to know how badly they failed. It's that thing of... How do I explain this? How do I explain this in a very simple way that everybody understands? It's like going to watch a movie It's like going to watch Old Yeller. No, it's not really so much the problem with prequels. It's like going to watch Old Yeller. You know the dog dies in the end. So why would you go watch it? You know, I mean, I guess you know that it's more about the journey. Yeah. But you already know you're going to get a sad ending. You know where it's going to end. I'm not going to say that just because a story has a sad ending that it doesn't deserve to be told. But if you're not the kind of person that cares for that sort of experience, which a good chunk of people aren't, why would they want to engage with that? Have you played 16 or plan to play it? I have played all of 16 already. I have played 16. And 16 was a wonderful game until it told me that Santa's not real. I give 16 a 9.5 out of 10 because it told me Santa's not real. With Albert at the... Wait, the dog dies in all the... With Albert... Actually, no. It's like watching Marley and Me. With Albert and crew, we've seen so much via flashback, there's not much content left. There really isn't. We've gotten so much that it's not really... There's not really much left to the imagination. Oh, fuck. Oh no, we still got this. Fuck yeah. But yeah, I just think that what we got from Shadowbringers is already fine. It doesn't need to be retold in a more interactive experience. I can see some people wanting that and probably enjoying that, but I'm very indifferent to it. I wouldn't deny it the right to exist. I wouldn't deny its existence if it chose to exist, but I probably wouldn't engage with it or care enough to. Who cares about Han Solo's life before Star Wars? Oh, fuck. Oh, did I not press the right thing? Fuck. Okay. Yeah, exactly. It's kind of those sort of things of like, maybe some people care. Who wants to see Sid's life before leaving the Empire? Who cares about Han Solo's life before Star Wars? Yeah. But yeah, I've played Final Fantasy 16. I've beat the whole game. And the DLC. Which you can watch on my VOD channel. I do have it all on a playlist. You can find it there. Bam. I can make one more. I fucking broke one, bro. I fucking feel stupid. Wasn't paying attention. Alrighty. We are out of le wheat. Alright, let's go back to you. Teach a man to fish. Seems like a man who's about to ask for a huge favor. Paulo, I'm glad to see you again. After Unzen tore my noodles to shreds, I went back and practiced until I could produce the body he said they were lacking. As for the broth, I made it again and again until I could create something to your standard, and reliably. With these two things perfected, by my definition at any rate, I'm now offering udon on our menu. It was a lot of work, but it was well worth the effort, for the dish is proving popular not only among domans, but adventurers as well. But there's no time to be patting ourselves on the back. We've got more Far Eastern dishes to explore, and my sights are set on something called sushi. Little mounds of rice topped with raw fish. Simple as it sounds, ask any doman and they'll tell you it's an indulgence of the highest order. No, not certain where to begin, I contacted Anzu, who told me that this dish is nigh impossible to make without training under an honest-to-God's master. This means a trip to Hingashi, where it originates. But as you know, I have a responsibility to the restaurant. Rowena would never permit me to leave long enough to make the journey. It pains me to ask such a big favor of you, but will you go to Hingashi in my stead and learn the basics of sushi making? Yeah. I'm in your debt. I don't know what I'd do without you, my friend. Now, according to Anzu, one of the realm's foremost sushi chefs works in the port city of Kagane, at an inn called the Bokairo. You do well to seek out this inn. While you're abroad, I'll round up all the ingredients in preparation for your return. And with that, I bid you safe journey. Alrighty. Let's go to Kugane. I made warrior. One of the relics I want to do... One of the reasons I want to do ARR is because of Ardbert. He's a very important person to my wall ever since Shadowbringers. That makes sense. That's cute. Come on, come on. Burns, cuts, embarrassing rashes. There is naught that the mystical waters of the Bokaisen hot springs cannot heal. Oh, you seek not healing, but a meeting with our sushi chef. Well, 'tis true that we're known for no less for our waters than we are for our cuisine. Our guests journey hither from far and wide to partake of the heavenly morsels prepared by Chef Shamoji. His dedication to his craft is such that he insists upon gathering the ingredients himself. As a matter of fact, that is what he is doing at this right moment. These outings usually keep him away for a good while, and I cannot rightly say when he might return. If you were in some hurry, you might consider searching for him out in the Ruby Sea. He favors the waters near the Isle of Bekko for his fishing, and unique as his appearance is, you ought to find him without trouble. Assuming you're a strong swimmer, that is. Ow. The leaves of Kugane. I was like, what the fuck is that? Oh yeah, the fucking parkour, bro. I can't do that shit. I wish I could. I can't do the parkour. I still haven't quite decided in my lore what Ardbert is to Polo yet. Considering that Ardbert's meant to be a reflection. I'm not against the reflections being like presenting as a, not presenting, being like, you know, the opposite sex and stuff. I really don't mind. I'm just not sure, like, if that's what I want, Ardbert to be. Though, at the same time, I'm kind of fine, because I love Ardbert. Tamamizu. Oh, they're an aura. Oh no, wait. Outside. Nautical, during her visit to the first, my wool picked up Arbert's axe and has carried it with her ever since. Second time he picks up the weapon of someone close to her. Second time she or he? The first being her brother's lance after her axe broke during her fight. Okay, then I'm guessing it was just a little typo. No worries. Where is this fucker? Supposedly down. Oh, or is it a fucking turtle? Is it the Sahagin? What the fuck are they called? Hey! The sushi chef is a turtle. Ah, you just cost me a plump maguro. Whatever you are, this had better be good. I am Shamoji. Shelled or unshelled, there is nary a finer sushi chef in all the land. Now what business have you that you simply must disturb me at my fishing? Can you teach me? You wish to learn sushi making? I don't teach my craft to any small fry that comes swimming up, and you're as small as they come. That's racist. Bah, but the fishing is bad this day. I should return to the inn. Our business is over. Do not even think to follow me. Back to Kugane. I got like 5 wolves. 4 of them have stories that intertwine with one that is intertwined with my girlfriend's. Oh, that's cute. You again. I thought I told you not to follow me. I am not going to teach you my craft, so get you gone. Oh, well, fancy seeing you here, Polo. Ah, the mere sight of you brings back the memory of your most succulent okayness. Hi. I came to sample the Bokairo Inn's famous sushi, but the chef was regrettably absent. Just as I was about to leave, however, who should I spy but you? And if I heard correctly, you are here to study sushi making. Pleased am I to see that you hunger for learning remains voracious as ever. Master Delamont, forgive me my absence, but give me but a moment, and I shall prepare the finest selection of sushi in the house. Never mind that, my friend. Instead, I shall be much obliged were you to initiate my dear Polo here into the ways of your craft. Should her qualifications be a concern, know that she scored a perfect 10 in my contest. Perfect 10? In the Delamont d'Or? But that surpasses even... Very well, if you're good enough for Master Delmont, then you're good enough for me. Then it's settled. Happy learning. When we meet again, I look forward to sampling the far eastern fruits of your learning. When I describe my wool, he's half Alamegan, half Doman, all himbo. Hell yeah. We love a good himbo wool. We love ourselves a heckin' hole, a himbo of light. Come then, apprentice. I shall pound the foundation of sushi making onto you. Let's go. To master the basics in so short a time, small wonder Master Delmont approves of you. More's the pity you're leaving so soon. A mere 10 years under me and you could call yourself a master. But for now, I shall content myself in the knowledge that you will spread the joys of sushi to Eorzea. Farewell, apprentice. Thank you. Thank you. Like, we ain't got time to actually go through a fucking sushi training arc, bruh. Oh yeah, I gotta do the heckin' red mage stuff too. Or is this... No, this looks like it's optional. I think. I don't know. I don't know. Hey, the babies, they're still here. I'm back. Polo, welcome back. It's good to see you again, and wiser in the ways of sushi for your time in Hingashi. While you were away, we saw to procuring the finest ingredients available. Now, while the seafood is still fresh, you must impart to me all you've learned of sushi making. Yeah, one of the reasons I also wanted to take on culinary is because Polo is in Zelda is a cook. Like, that was one of her main class. She was a craftsman cook. And a weaver. And then also I think also a leather maker because of the hide work with beast stuff. Yeah, no. Her thing too was also she wanted to learn how to make good food because she loves food. So I thought it was fair to go with culinarian. The weaver stuff, it fits Polo as well, but the weaver was actually something I got from when I first started playing this game. Because I had heard that weaver you can make pretty clothes, and I wanted to do that, so. I see. You can't just slap raw fish on top of rice and call it sushi. Nay, you need to draw out the natural flavors of the ingredients and bring them together in a harmonious whole. Truly, Far Eastern cuisine is deceptive in its simplicity. Thanks for the detailed explanation, my friend. I'll try my hand at making sushi at once and have the local domens sample it. And this time, I'll call Faranzu and her father as well. Unzen was an accomplished chef, and if my handiwork meets with his approval, then there's no doubt I'm on the right track. But to prepare so many portions on my first try is admittedly difficult. I'm sorry, Polo, but will you help me out? A single serving would be enough. We have all the necessary ingredients right here. To do a small summary of my wall, he grew up in Alamigo, but fled during occupation, but could have come close to joining the Skulls with Fordola. They're even childhood friends, so their clash in Stormblood is more intense. As always, if you need more of something, Poppin can furnish you with it. Let's get to work. With Polo's Polo story, I actually have it so that she was actually born in Werlit. My brain's braining pretty hard. Hold on. Where's the map? Not the northern empty. Othard. Werlit. Yep, she actually comes from Werlit. But here's the thing. I'm trying to find, because I know it's the town in Werlit. Okay. There we go, Werlit. Okay, yeah, no, it's just that's just the town. Yeah. Ilsabard. On the side of the Gimply Dark and Alamigo. Irabania. Alamigo. The Gimply Dark. I can't get to the map here. Is it in the peaks? The locks, the peaks? Yeah, it won't really show me here. But yeah, so Polo, oh god, I gotta pee. Give me 1 sec, I really gotta pee. I'm gonna BRB real quick. All right. I'm sorry. I had to pee so badly. I had to pee real bad. I got my main wall, who's a Vera, a gunslinging Miko, an Aura from the steppe, another Miko that's an Asian. Oh. And a last one that it's an Asian Vieira. Oh. My wall also has the moniker the Lion of Eorzea, which makes him more dangerous when he's protecting people he cares about, and also when he's mad, he's mad. Heckin'. Oh, I had to pee with a ferocity. So... Hold on 1 second. Okay. I'm gonna see... Because I actually wrote a little bit about it. Did I get a heckin' brain? What was that just now? What got my fucking sparkly eyes going? Did I accidentally press something? I don't think I did. Oh well. Oh, excuse me. Cause if y'all follow me on Twitter, I haven't done it in a while, but sometimes I gush about my I haven't done it in a long time, but sometimes I gush about my, about Gallon and Polo, and a long time ago I did. And, oh, excuse me. Do you have an Asian name for your wall? I forgot to spell their name and don't want to write it as a Spanish word for chicken. What do you mean by an Asian name? What do you mean by an Asian name? Do you mean by like an ancient name? Because I have a couple floating around, but not anything exactly. Let's see. During the ancient name, yeah. So there's a trend with the ancients that they're named after like Greek figures. Hold on, I'm looking for them. I'm trying to find when's the last time I gushed about their Warrior of Light forms. Because I know I did, but I'm trying to find it. I did have a name in mind, but I'm trying to... I can't quite remember, but I did have a name. I think I think there were a couple names that I juggled around. And I think I had, one of the names that I had floating around while I'm trying to remember, what I did end up going with before I forgot. I, at first was thinking of going, Psyche, as in the myth of Eros and Psyche. Because there was also the ancient, for Gallon, which is her partner. But I didn't, considering the name Eros, I wasn't sure if I wanted to go with that, for Gallon's ancient, incarnation. But I can't quite remember what I did go with. Bro, the ADHD one hard when I created ancient names. I know that I definitely wanted to stick to the whole Greek names thing because I actually did like that. I thought it was cute. I might have deleted the post, but I can't remember. Funnily enough, if I Google it on, not Google it, if I look up Polo on my phone, like Twitter has a thing where you can, let me find it. Cause you can go, cause on the phone Twitter, you can just go onto your profile and search your posts. Let me see. Let's see, I'll bookmark that just so I can find it easier. Here we go. That's why. Bro, the ADHD one hard when creating characters. Let me... So I mixed up a couple things when it comes to Polo's war lore versus the things that kind of go on. Because I've seen people do some fucky shit with their Warrior of Lights because it's just for all fun and games at the end of the day. When it comes to, I'm gonna be scratching my head now, trying to remember, the ancient name for Polo. Again, I was pretty stuck on Eros and Psyche, because it seemed like it really fit, but I wasn't 100% sure because of the name Eros. But I also think, yeah, I didn't really care for his Roman name either, so I didn't really want to go with it. I think that was the one I kind of like. Again, Eros and Psyche keep popping up, and it makes sense that it was Eros and Psyche, because again of their myth and the lengths they went to be together and all that stuff. But the whole thing is that Polo was born in Werlit. She has her 2 older brothers. When the Garlean Empire came into Werlit and took over, Polo's brother Hadar, because she has 2 brothers, Hadar and Vega, because obviously I adapted what I could into this. Hadar took Polo and ran away. Vega, to kind of distract the Garlean Empire from going after his family, joined the Garlean army. And so he joined the Empire and actually served under Gaius. Just like the Aura teens and the Sorrow of Werlit quests, he eventually really looked up to Gaius. He didn't like serving Garlemald, but he eventually really liked the ideals that Gaius followed. So there was, and because of like the whole like split, there was no real way to like keep in contact with his brother and Polo. So Vega is serving under Gaius, a part of the Garlean Empire, to distract from his other brother taking his baby sister and running off. Eventually, Hadar settles in Gridania, where he was already a pretty good spellcaster, and spellcasters are definitely needed in Gridania, healers. But he's a little bit of both. He's a bit of a thaumaturge and a conjurer. So he helps out in those aspects. He does become a white mage. And eventually, as Polo grows older, she wishes she could adventure and stuff, but she's also very, very shy and reserved. And Hadar doesn't want her to go out. Because the Garlean forces are still out there, obviously the Garlean Empire is wreaking some crazy shit. And he doesn't want his sister to get involved in that. That is literally what he took her away from. Eventually, he allows her to adopt archery and conjuring, because it's like, if you want to help people, if you want to be a part of things, I can let you, I will let you become a conjurer and maybe a white mage, but I don't want you in danger. I'll let you take archery, but you cannot join the adders. You cannot join, you can't go out and like do the hunts and the archery and stuff. You can use archery as a form of self-defense, because something that Polo likes to do is she likes to be in nature. She likes to go out, gather herbs, make food and things like that for the people, for her family. And even though Gridania is pretty damn fucking xenophobic, they were taken in by the Elder Seedseer. They were, you know, eventually welcomed with open arms because, again, they helped out a lot. Because Hadar was a very, very adept magic user. And Polo, seeing the archers, seeing the bards, because the archers eventually become bards. Polo eventually takes up an interest in music as well. So she sings. And this is also because I have a thing for idols and singing, and I love singing and stuff. But she is very shy in this aspect. So she goes to the forest and she sings on her own. She sings to the trees, she sings to the animals, she sings to essentially a non-existent audience. Another thing that you guys obviously have hopefully noticed with my model is that I've got this the Minfina's earring. So obviously Minfina is the goddess of the moon, the goddess of love, and I also love Minfina. So the earring that Polo has, there is a reason she has it. It's a relic. It's not a relic, but a treasure that's passed down from her family. The thing is that there was originally 2 of them. So the Minfina's earrings in my whole little wall canon is that they are a set of earrings. So there are 2. But along the way, when exploring, when escaping Werlit, along the way, finding a place to settle, because Hadar with Baby Polo settled in the Black Shroud, but because nowhere else would really take them. But along the way, one of the earrings was lost. Right now in my little kind of headcanon, it fell. Like, bro just dropped it. Bro just dropped it. But where the cute little destiny thing that I have going on happens is that years later, somebody found it. How do you feel about battle-scarred himbos? Because Yudai gets a scar over his left eye and loses his left arm for an experimental Garland Works prosthetic. After the first Xeno fight, it also humbles my wall. That's fine. That's fine. But, yeah, somewhere along the way, it gets dropped. Now, I'm trying to remember the world map here. Because we have the Black Shroud here, we have Girabania here. I don't remember where Dalmasca is. Because I know there's a Dalmasca. Where's the... Othard. Othard. So, far eastern continent of Othard, conquered by the Garlean Empire, serves as a blah 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 blah. So it is over here. It is over here. I see where this is going. Yeah, I'm not. This isn't hard to put two and two together. I'm just trying to remember my map because some of the parts weren't entirely done by me, because this was originally an AU that Jake and I had worked on that I eventually expanded on. But where Galen comes into play is that eventually, sometime in between when it was lost and present, Galen found the other one. And that's why he also has it. So Galen found the other one. And their meeting starts when Galen, who's just somebody traveling, he's from Dalmasca. He eventually escaped Dalmasca. He wants to help save Dalmasca one day, but he wants to travel, he wants to get stronger, he wants to see the world. Sorry, there's just something on my screen. And he essentially, somewhere along in his journeys, finds this earring. Whether it be a little bit before meeting Polo, somewhere along the way, in the deserts, sands between Ilsabard and Girabania, this earring gets lost. And for many years, eventually, it finds itself in the hands of Galen. Eventually, Galen makes his way to Gridania, to see Gridania, to visit Gridania. While he's traversing the forest, he hears singing. He goes to see what's up with that. He sees a girl singing. He scares the shit out of her because she's supposed to be alone in the forest. No one's supposed to really hear her out. But this guy doesn't really seem that bad. And she notices that he has an earring just like hers. And at first she doesn't ask about that, but she does point out that you have an earring that's just like mine. Where did you get that? and he says that he found it. She says that a long time ago, the earring had a pair, and that her brother lost one from escaping from where they came from to where they are in the shroud. And it's possible, I had juggled it around in my head, that in the middle of it, Hadar settled in Alamigo, but then the Garlean forces were in Alamigo, and you have to pack your shit and run, and oops, we dropped an earring. It's almost like I forgot how to spell the Goddess of Light's name, pulled some strings to get the two of them back together after the Sundering. Yeah, in a way, yeah. And I just thought it was really fucking cute. If you've seen Macross Frontier, and you know about Cheryl's Fold Quartz earrings, that's kind of what I had in mind when I looked at these earrings and I gave them to Polo and I came up with this little lore. So the earrings are made with a special aetherite that essentially helps connect people's hearts. Which is why it was made into a pair of Minfina's. You're still missing that movie. Yeah, you are. We have to watch it at some point. But the reason this aetherite was made into these Minfina's earrings is because these earrings help connect people's hearts, or help you connect to people's hearts. And the way Polo connects to people's hearts is through her singing. It amplifies it, it helps reach, but also it helps her kind of tune in to other people's hearts. And something that I thought was really cool, to me, was that, you know how like in the trials, they have their own songs and they have lyrics and a story? So those songs are canon. Those songs are diegetic. The songs that you hear from the primals, from the bosses, all of that, those are actual songs. Those are the songs that are in the hearts of these primals, of these beings, of these gods, of the four lords, all of that. Okay, question. Were the earrings made by the ancient versions of them? No. 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 The reason I didn't make them made by the ancients going that far back is because there was no way. I mean, you can just kind of bullshit and be like, oh, well, when they were sundered, the earrings just landed in the source and fucking blah, 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 blah. Like, you can just kind of hand wave it where it's like, yeah, when the worlds were sundered, it just landed in the source and eventually blah, 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 blah. It wasn't that. Damn, that would have been a very fucking, that, like, it, again, it's not a bad idea. I thought about it, but I feel like it's a little, maybe a little too on the nose, maybe? Like, I don't know, because here's the thing. If it was something that came all the way from the original unsundered world, how did it get into the hands of Polo's family? Now, it could be that, that like, how do I explain this? I don't know how to explain this. I can't quite explain it, but I also don't know why that person pet me. Bleh, my brain, I had a brain fart. Trying to kind of make sense. Like, I don't mind the occasional hand wave because it doesn't super matter. But if I want to make it this grand thing of destiny, I like the idea of these grand feats of destiny being these little moments of coincidences, you know? Like, wow, freaking, they lost these earrings and then Galen found them and they meet and all this stuff. Like, I like how it's almost these little coincidences, these little moments of chance that end up being destiny. When it comes to the earrings, I could say that the aetherite that was used to make these earrings eventually just landed on the source. I'm not quite sure, but there's in my little lore, there is an aetherite. I don't really know if I want to call it blue aetherite or whatever, but there is an aetherite that essentially connects people's hearts and amplifies feelings. So that people can better relate and, you know, relate to, like, empathize, relate to each other. It helps connect hearts. And it felt perfect for it being, like, Minfina. And because this aetherite was so fitting, they were forged into these earrings that eventually found their way into the hands of Polo's family, where it was passed on through generations. Again, because we know that the 12 were originally just ancients, we could say that they were originally created by Minfina herself, which is also why they're called Minfina's earrings. And that upon, you know, becoming one of the 12, she just dropped the earrings somewhere. And it was in the eventually it just landed in the hands of Polo's family. It could have just been the whim of a god, where it was like, I have these earrings, here you go, world. May two star-crossed lovers meet again with these. It could have literally been, you know what? I'm gonna go with that for now. You know what? I'm gonna play with both because it's coming to me. Minfina made the earrings. Minfina made the earrings. They were them along with the blue aetherite, or maybe she again dropped the blue aetherite because again this is a source, but a rare source at that. Either she created the earrings or she just dropped the blue aetherite and someone forged them. But right now, because I like the idea of it being the whimsy of a love goddess, she created the earrings. Maybe she was going to give them to Eros and Psyche, but everything fucking happened and she tossed it into the source with the whimsical wish that maybe it'll reunite two star-crossed lovers. And there you go. There you go. You're welcome. It found its way somehow into Polo's family. Up until this moment where, again, one of them was lost on the way, escaping the Garlean Empire. Eventually, Galen found one. They meet. They have a meet cute. There's this whole thing where she wants to go on an adventure. She wants to go with Galen. And through some talking with her brother, they go off and have an adventure together. I think one of the things that, cause I have some Twitter posts with some little silly lore that I made for Polo. So, because she also has the Blessing of Light, or the Echo. So I have here on the silly things, Polo loves sheep. Polo was born in Werlit, escaping to Gridania with her brothers. Though in this case, I have her brother. Or maybe I was still rewriting the Vega part. I have to look back at that. But she escaped to Gridania with, right now, because of how I've been telling it, right now with one of her brothers. When the Garleans invaded, she's an amazing cook. She used to sing at the Carlin Canopy. So, And then before becoming a bard, she was a white mage. Now she can use her white mage healing. Now she can use her white mage healing with her songs a la Macross. That's what I have here. Here, I'll just, I gotta fucking pee again, bro. What the fuck? So yeah, I have this here. So again, it looks like here I wrote that she escaped with both of her brothers. And I think that makes also a little bit more sense because where her brother is going up... Yeah, no, that makes sense. That makes sense, actually. Yeah, that makes sense because you have one brother that comes in where it's like, hey, I can heal you guys. I can heal you guys. I can take care of you guys. And then you have the other brother where it's like, I can fucking protect you guys. He used to serve under Gaius. He escaped. He escaped with both of them. I think that was what I did. If you want to share the ancients, yeah, no, that's fine. Yeah, no, so yeah, and by this, both brothers escaped. I think he used to be conscripted, but, ran away. He did respect Gaius, though. He did respect Gaius, but when he saw what was happening, he took his along with Hadar, took Polo and ran. They didn't want Polo to be under, the Garlean regime. She used to sing at the Carline Canopy. So there were times where she would tell Mother Mione, the proprietress in Gridania, that she likes to sing. And after meeting Galen, where he says, you should sing in front of people more, she talks to Mother Mione, because she sees Mother Mione as a motherly figure. And she's like, I met this guy. I sing sometimes. And he says I should sing more. And Mother Mione tells her, well then, sing at the canopy. Sing at the canopy. You already know most of the people there. It's a humble little place. And I think it wouldn't be bad to have some live music and hopefully help with your stage fright. So for a time, while she's building her confidence, because Galen doesn't just go there and then immediately leave. He stays there for a bit. She sings at the Carline Canopy and helps build some of her confidence. And it's after building a lot of that confidence that she's like, I want to travel with Galen. I want to go on an adventure with Galen. I also have here, in my own little wall canon, Polo's Echo not only works as plot demands with flashback no jutsu, but also allows her songs to reach people and she can hear the songs within people's hearts. Blech. This means the songs that play in Trials raids are diegetic and are literally their songs. Her Menfina earrings have a type of auracite, not aetheryte, auracite, that amplifies her singing, think fold quartz. Through the echo, Hydaelyn is able to grant her new songs to sing at things, except for Dragon Song, which was given to her by Midgar Somer. This makes expansion themes also diegetic. Yeah, that was it. I have another tab here. Yeah, that's it. Her wall abilities manifest mainly through her songs, which heal people's hearts. She never thought that she, who simply used to sing alone while sitting in 12 wood stumps, would be out singing the end singer, and would outsing the end singer and save the world. But yeah, she's a humble beginnings sheep essentially. I have Pollux, Castor, Atalanta, Melione, and Alea. Oh, my wall's ancient self is Heracles. Yeah, that's cute. Yeah, I did really like the idea of like doing like the Greek names. And when I thought of like, again, two lovers in Greek mythology, that didn't have a tragic ending, or at least not a crazy tragic ending, I liked the idea of Eros and Psyche. And then I have the thing again where her ancient incarnation Psyche was actually the little sister of Hades or Emmet Selk. A little sister that he cared for really deeply. He really loved his little sister. Wanted to protect his little sister. Can't see what the fuck she sees in that fucking knob Eros that likes to piss him off. And while he's also kind of not a big fan of the Na, he knows that his little sister has the potential to be a wonderful person, and while he worries about her traveling like the Na did, he knows that as protective as he might want to be of his little sister, at some point he needs to let her, you know, come into her own and grow up and be independent. And then the sundering happens. And then the sundering happens. I gotta pee so bad. I'm so sorry. I gotta pee. Why do I have to pee so much? Okay, I'm sorry. I had to pee so fucking bad, bro. One day, maybe I'll brain rot over Final Fantasy character lore. It seems... Oh, it's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun. I mostly have a lot of this stuff kind of floating in my head here and there and in Google Docs. Again, when it comes to Galen, the only things I thought... The only thing... Well, all Jake gave me for Galen was he's from Dalmasca. And he's a flirt. And that was it. But I built a little bit more on Galen's lore. I thought of the Ancient. And again, the story of Final Fantasy XIV is them adventuring together and falling in love and everything. And, you know, one of Galen's whole like conflicts is when it comes out that Polo is the Warrior of Light and has the Echo, he regrets taking her on an adventure with him. Not because he hates that she is this special thing, but the danger that it puts her in. That if something were to happen to her, it's his fault because they met. And because he encouraged her to break out of her shell and to adventure and, you know, take her with him. So seeing all the things that they together go through, there are moments where he just wants to protect her and is like, and there are probably also several times where he's like, you don't have to do this. You don't have to do this. You don't have to go through this. You don't have to sing. You don't have to, you can just let me protect you. We can go home. But she doesn't want to do that because it's not about her anymore. She isn't singing just for her anymore. She's singing for him and everyone she cares about. And that, in some little ways here and there, is kind of their conflict. Where with this whole thing fraught with danger, she is, at the end of the day, a white mage bard that just wants to see the world with a guy she fell in love with. I have not thought too hard about Nihilus' story aside from being an Ishgardian Aura who wanted to walk the path of a paladin despite the Ishgardians, that treated his people as dragonkin and whose ancestry can be traced to the steppe, because I didn't know about the tribes there and how perfectly Nihilus would fit in. Then eventually finding the power that Dark Knights pull from, and the rest of the story just falls into his personality of helping people with extreme violence. Oh yeah, no, it's perfect. Like, it's mostly just trying to get your wall from point A to point B. Like, again, when it comes to, like, the Reen Aura, it was like, okay, where do we know that they're at? They're in Suino Sato, in Othard. They're in Razatan. They're at Razatan. And they're in Werlit. And it was like, well, she's not Indian, or she's not like Indian, Middle Eastern, where that area is based off of. She's not Asian. She's North coded. She's like, she's Northern coded. She's, you know, she's not Asian coded or Southeast Asian coded. So I didn't want to, you know, touch that. So Werlit was just perfect. Because it's already pretty north. It just fell into place wonderfully. Pollux's name is Ronnie, but she goes by the name Riley, which is Castor's name, who dies during the calamity. In an alternate timeline, Alayla presents Castor with a choice to become an Ascian and taking back the name Castor, only catch being he cannot by any means return to his sister. Oh. When it comes to heckin', I lost my train of thought. One sec, I'm gonna do the sushi first. Maybe it'll help me retune my thoughts. I gotta do this properly. I'm making food, I actually can be a bit more liberal with the quality and then the build. Okay. So now I remember. So when it comes to like the Echo, because you know how like at some point the Echo like awakens in the Warrior of Light and everything? I actually have it so that Polo's Echo awakens on the day of the calamity. So you know how, like I mentioned, it's not gonna reach them in time. Oh well. So you know how, when the calamity is happening and all that shit, Answers is playing. That was Heidelin. That was Heidelin. Polo's Echo awakens when Heidelin possesses her for a brief moment. And Answers is the song that Heidelin sings through Polo. And at the moment, I don't think it does anything special aside from just awakening the Echo in Polo. But essentially, the way I kind of imagined it is that as the calamity is happening, as Dalamud is falling and getting closer and closer, and everyone is praying to the 12, to Hydaelyn. Polo, like always, is in a forest and she's singing because it's her escape from everything. And in that moment, as everything is like falling and Dalamud is getting closer and closer, she makes a wish that she wishes that there was something that she could do, that she wishes she wasn't so weak, that she could be stronger and be like the people who are out there trying to stop the calamity. And that is essentially Hydaelyn granting her her wish by giving her the echo. Because essentially when Vana took in Psyche, that was the wish she made to Vana as to why Vana should choose her as her successor. Because Vana originally wasn't going to choose Polo as her successor. She saw potential in Polo, but Polo needed to acknowledge that she had that potential and ask for the chance. Because Vana's not the type of person that just hands things to people. They have to want it. They have to strive for it. So when Psyche finally amassed the courage to go to Vana and ask her to be her apprentice, I want to be stronger. I wish I was a stronger person. I wish that I could go out and help people. I want to be someone better. Vana granted her wish by making her her successor and making her the Azem. So then Polo, being the shard of Psyche, making a very similar wish, that is where Hydaelyn, Vana as Hydaelyn, also gives Polo her wish and gives her the blessing of light, the echo, and makes her a warrior of light. And that manifests in the song Answers. That's it. That's it. I thought it was cute. I thought it was cute. Anywho. Bugger me, but sushi is tricky even with guidance. And yours, are you done with yours then? One of many types of sushi. Nigiri sushi is called such because chefs use their hands to grip nigiri and form small balls of vinegared rice, into which are placed various items such as vegetables or fish. Riley's whole journey of becoming the Warrior of Light was all orchestrated by Alea, who was following orders left to her by Vana. Yudai has a unique echo trait in the nod to the Saiyans from Dragon Ball of coming back from near death slightly stronger, a voracious appetite, and able to read someone's power through their ether. Oh, and he's much more powerful as a monk, so he's careful doing monk training in any of the city-states. Oh, that's fair. Again, I've seen someone's Warrior of Light, an artist I follow on Blue Sky, where the way his Warrior of Light manifests is that they're pretty much immortal. They can regrow parts of themselves that get cut off or blown up. I don't know too much else about his character. At least I can't remember all his details off the top of my head. But they essentially have regenerative abilities that by his lore, Vana essentially wove into him. But like, people do shit like that. So yeah, no, fucking have fun with your goddamn echo. It's great. I made my echo Macross. I made my fucking echo Macross spacebar bullshit because I fucking can and I have fun with it. Great, it took all my concentration and no less patience, but I've somehow managed to finish mine as well. If you could go on ahead and to the terrace area, I'll go inform the taste testers the sushi is served. Aaliyah. Okay, Aaliyah. I'm sorry. I'm not used to seeing Aaliyah spelled like that. And also, when he's fighting as a samurai, he's essentially like Virgil from DMC. Oh. I don't have Polo be amazing at everything. I like the idea of her being a white mage. I like her the idea of her being a bard. Right now, oops. Right now, I'm not really sure how I can integrate her being a Dark Knight. Because I do like the idea of during the expansions, they have at least one or two other classes that they take in. Like, Galen is a black mage. He becomes a red mage. He also becomes a dancer at some point. And I kind of want to give him either Pictomancer or Sage, but I'm also not sure. I think I also kind of want to give him Gunbreaker. I want to give him at least one tank. I want to give him at least one tank class. Heckin' Sakura Rose, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. We're not gonna be going for much longer. We've done a lot of yapping today, but I've been having so much fun. Oh, let me go back to Culinarian. But right now, because I have White Mage and Bard, or White Mage and Archer for Polo at like ARR-ish. Near the end of ARR, she becomes a full-blown Bard. Going into Heaven's Ward, I think she's about the same. She's both. Going into Stormblood, I don't think she changes either. Going into Shadowbringers is where I think I want to give her Dark Knight. The powers of compassion and love is what fuels the Dark Knight's power. Rage and hate and spite are just a tiny piece of the greater whole of emotions that power them, so do with that what you will. Oh, I know! I fucking know, Anthony. Not only have I had you give me so much juicy Dark Knight lore, but I fucking love Dark Knights. I fucking love the Dark Knights. Like, you and Nihilus are why I fucking love Dark Knight so much. Also, they're just so fucking cool. And I'm thinking about giving Polo Dark Knight, one, because of how Shadowbringers works with how only the Warrior of Light can go between the source and the first. This is the first expansion, the first arc, that Polo has to do on her own. So Polo has to, like, while she can protect herself, Shadowbringers is where Polo has to fight alone. She doesn't have her brothers, she doesn't have Galen. And she has to fight Emmett Selk, who looks at her and sees his younger sister, who he loved so much and wished he could have protected from the Sundering. And she has to fight him. And not only is there some symbolism in Polo being a shard of Psyche, proving to her brother that she doesn't need to be protected and that what happened to Psyche wasn't his fault, but that she can protect herself. So that's why Shadowbringers is such a big thing for Polo. It's where she truly is able to be completely independent. Where Galen is in the first, is in the source, kind of helping out with the Scions, kind of helping out all there. I don't think I don't know, maybe he's fucking around with Estinian. I don't know what the hell Galen is doing during Shadowbringers. The reason I don't want Galen in the first is because that makes it hard for Polo to go through this big arc where she proves herself completely and totally capable. Having Galen there defeats the purpose. Oh no, fighting her own brother, who she no longer remembers, is heartbreaking. I know, right? I know! That's why I love it! I'm gonna go ahead and hop off tonight. I need to sleep for work. Thank you for the stream. Hell yeah, no worries. Like, I fucking love it because, like, she's got her brothers, and then Emmett Selk is, like, her true brother. And you have Hadar and Vega, who have done everything they could to protect her, and then you have Emmett Selk, who couldn't. Who blames himself, who couldn't. And just like Emmett Selk hates looking at you because you look so much like Azem, and Azem was one of his best friends, and you're just a figment of that. He despises looking at Polo because all he sees is his little sister. And why won't you just let me fucking rejoin? Why won't you let me have my sister back? That sort of shit. I love sibling shit. Not in the fucking nasty incest way. I love sibling stuff. I love like sibling family love dynamics. I love it so much. It's so good when it's done right. Heart-wrenching when it comes to ancient stuff. I feel like what 14 does with Azem already fine, because honestly, from how people talk about how Azem is, it fits him pretty well, I think. Oh yeah. So I'm doing this for you. Exactly, Cyberwolf. I'm doing it for you. Yeah, this isn't the coffin of Hades and Psyche. Yeah, fuck that shit. But yeah, I'm doing this for you. So that's where I kind of have to have Galen stuck in the source doing all of this sort of shit. And that's why, like I mentioned last night, there's a teeny bit of a love triangle with Graha. Because, well, the bunny boy's in the source, but the cat boy's in the first. But the cat boy is in the first. So there's that. Because I didn't know what the hell I was gonna do with Graha and all of them. And honestly, with the Scions and all of them, they can kind of all stay the same, and that's fine. But I really had to think about how I was gonna interpret Graha, because I love me some Graha. I love Graha, but I do not ship him with my Warrior of Light. Hi, welcome home.
How you doing?
I'm doing okay.
Good. Well, okay, it's better than not. Could be not okay.
Yeah. I went into a whole gush on stream earlier about how much I love you.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I cried. Like a bitch. Because I love you so much. It's almost like I fucking like you or something, nerd. Oh, man. But heckin', but yeah. Heckin', thank you for indulging me and listening to me. I love yapping. And I love talking about my Warrior of Light. I love talking about my fucking lore. Like, y'all don't know how much I've been holding this. I haven't even gone into how, like, Endwalker goes in, because, not gonna lie, I haven't super thought that far. I almost want to give Galen Gunbreaker. It makes sense to give him Gunbreaker. That has to be the tank he has. I think I want to give Galen Gunbreaker for Shadowbringers. And I'm probably going to throw him somewhere with Estinian until I can think something else and have him with Gaius and shit. But Galen doesn't seem like the kind to be a warrior or a paladin or a dark knight. He seems like the kind of person to become a gunslinger. Yeah, no, go for it. I'm probably going to be making a bunch of peppermint patties tonight. Because I've been sitting on it for a while. But yeah, I think that while Polo's doing shit in the first, Galen really starts hammering in on, I need to be able to protect her. I can't protect her right now. And, you know, fucking, there's that whole conflict with Galen. And maybe sticking him with Astinian and Gaius. Maybe he can even, like, kind of have some things with the Garlean Empire over there, and he can have his own individual arc while Polo's off having hers. But yeah, let's finish off this cooking quest, and then we're actually gonna call it because it's 7 o'clock. We've been going for another 6.5 hours, but I've been having so much fun. God, if I was someone who drew, like, to the level of Din, y'all don't know, I would be drawing so much of this shit because it's my fucking brain rot. Speak with Rolf. Where the fuck are they then? Oh, right here. Oh, hi, Flamine. Nyla sees the scions of this family, a bond unbreakable, and as the story keeps going, the more people threaten the scions, the more violent and complete the response. Also, every time there's a break between X-Packs, the Hildebrand shit is going on. Oh yeah. I do my best to feed you that ship when I can. Oh my god. Yes, you do, Din Din. You know that you also have permission to fill the books with fucking Final Fantasy Galen and Polo. But yeah, no. Dark Knight Polo is canon. It's somewhere in Shadowbringers. Alright. Anzo and her father should be along any moment now. Gods, but this is nerve-wracking. What is this? Do you expect me to partake of sushi made by an Eorzean? Father, that's racist. Come on, Father. It looks delicious. Give it a chance and try it at the very least. Okay, Father, that's just racist. Polo sushi is superb. But to be sure, you still have years of training ahead of you before you can compare to the masters of our land. But to produce such quality in Eorzea is a praiseworthy accomplishment. You know why he gives me praise? Because I'm a Reen Aura, and Reen Aura come, as far as he knows, from Othard. So it's like looking at a Korean person and being like, Asian, must be Japanese. You're racist, sir. I am from Werlit. You think all Reen Aura are from Suino Sato, bitch? You racist! Racist! Okay. Polo sushi is superb, but yes. Ah, thank you. I'm not from Suino Sato. I'm not sure if the accent gave it away, but I don't know. I don't know what I sound like to you. Rolf's, on the other hand, shoddy rubbish. It is sushi and naught but appearance, a pale imitation bereft of depth, fit to be placed before a customer. Pulls out Cotton Hill and names your exact thing. But that is only natural. Short of having a kami-giving gift, one cannot hope to make something so exacting as sushi to any satisfactory degree with naught but basic training. You may not have the talent of Polo, but that is not a failing. Though your sushi is more akin to a humble rice ball, I can taste the effort that went into its making. For all its flaws, I do not mislike it. You approve of my sushi? Then me and Anzu, I didn't fucking say that shit. I said it was passable at best, but I wouldn't put it in front of fucking anybody. Never. You plainly misunderstand why I do not approve of you. It is not to do with your being a lowly adventurer nor a mediocre culinarian. Nay, it is to say because you are not one of us. It is because I am actually racist, says Unzen. Rolf, I don't understand why you're not understanding this. He just stereotyped me. He thinks I'm from Suino Sato because I'm a Reen Aura. He doesn't like you because he's racist. It doesn't matter if you know how to cook Far Eastern cuisine or not. He's racist. He's racist. Ours is the blood of Yansha, a proud line and pure, and only a man of equally pure lineage is fit for my only daughter. You are unfit, but it is through no fault of your own. Consider Far Eastern cuisine. It owes its greatness to its purity, to the fact that it's developed free of outside influence. So too do I wish it to be for my line. Surely you understand. Fucking blood quantums. Yup. Yo, you should say you're fucking pregnant right now. Father, I can't believe what I'm hearing. If you'll not approve of us, then I'll have no part of your line. I understand. I'll go back to being an adventurer. Rolf, no. Let him go, Anzu. It wasn't meant to be. I will give you some alone time. How could he give up so easily? On his cooking, on us. Nay, that is not the Rolf I know. I believe in him. Whatever it is he means to do, he has his reasons. I'm certain of it. I beg you, please lend him your aid as you have thus far. If you hurry, you may still find him in the kitchen. You may still find him. It's like, bro, it's not that your cooking sucks or that you couldn't make it as an adventurer. It's that he's racist. He's just fucking racist, bro. I have a habit of showing you my worst moments, don't I? As I said, I'm going back to being an adventurer. But know that I haven't given up on Anzu. Okay, but like, what about Rowena? She's gonna fucking kick your ass if you quit on her. You haven't given your 2 weeks notice. She will fucking end you. Do you know what she did to Geralt? Do you really want to piss her off, bro? Her father's claim about the purity of Far Eastern culture, something about it tugs at my mind, and I need some time to ponder it. Oh, it ain't pure, bro. It may be. Who would have thought that the cooking quests were where the challenging food racism story is found? I mean, Rowena and Geralt are divorced. Exactly! He pissed her off! It may be there's a chance I can make Unzen reconsider his stance. The odds are long, but I'm nothing if not persistent. And should the need arise, I hope that I can rely on your help again. Let's do control, even though this is a Gaka materia. Oh, hell yeah. What's this one called? The Way to a Father's Heart. Alrighty. I am probably gonna level up, the cooking and stuff, and I will probably do this next time. Now, I could be wrong, but when does the next Star Rail patch come out? Because I also have to make sure, I have to be aware that Star Rail's next patch is coming out soon. Let me look, 1 second. The 25th? When does... Okay, I'm just gonna fucking... I just want a fucking date, bro. Okay, so it is releasing on March 25th. Okay, so we've still got another week. Okay. So it comes out on the 25th, so we actually... Yeah, so we actually have one more Sunday before patch drops. Here's what we're gonna do. So, I'll be probably doing my own thing on 14, but I'm probably gonna stay away from the quests, so I'll probably be leveling things up. We will come back to this on Sunday. We'll have another comfy, yappy 14 stream. On Saturday, we're gonna be back with Kingdom Hearts Dream Drop Distance. I think we might be able to finish the game. If what some people have told me, we might be able to finish Dream Drop Distance on Saturday. On Sunday, we're gonna have a comfy, crafty sheep stream here on 14. And then on Monday, depending on how I feel on Monday, we might do Warframe. I want to go back to Warframe at some point, but I'm having a lot of fun on 14. So, we might go back to Warframe on Monday. That all being said, I hope you enjoyed your time with me. Thank you so much for spending time with me. I'm gonna see. I don't think there's anybody we can raid right now. I mean, funny enough, Pam is going. Has Pam started Shadowbringers yet? I know that she was on the way to Shadowbringers. It says she was she streaming? I thought she was streaming. Is she not streaming? Or was she streaming? It says she's streaming for me. Is she? 1 second. No voice speed grinding? Yeah, no, she's grind until we hit 70. I mean, she's playing 14. She's currently, I think, just grinding to get to level 70. Right now she's grinding Dark Knight. But she's not talking. So I don't know how active her chat's gonna be. She is typing in her chat. I think we're gonna pass a raid to Pam. It's been a while since we've raided Pam. We don't have... Let me see, though. Okay. Yeah, we'll pass along a raid to Hekinobake Pam. She's a sweet bean. She is currently playing Final Fantasy 14. I don't know why she's not streaming on YouTube. I think she's just keeping it separate for now. But, we're gonna pass things over to her. I will see you guys on Saturday with some more Kingdom Hearts, and then we'll be back here. I'm having a lot of fun. Thank you so much for indulging me in yapping about my Warrior of Light. I'm gonna heckin' chill vibe and relax, probably figure out dinner, and then I'm probably gonna make a bunch of peppermint patties for tonight. I think I'm good. But again, I will see you all. I love you, my Bernards. I hope you all have a wonderful night. Bye-bye.